Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with one and only Doovid. I'm your host, Jen, Church of Entropy. Happy to be here on this Sunday, February 12th, 2023. Well, the week went by really fast for me. I don't know about you, Doovid. I'm looking forward to hearing how it went for you. Got a fun show in store for today. Great way to start it off, by the way, with this spicy meme. We also have a returning guest. Fans of the show will remember our previously pantheist and now I believe spiritual atheist. His name's changed a few times, but Renell will be joining us, and he's got a TikTok channel. He can't wait to share with everyone. So it's in the link to that is in the description. Please subscribe, and as soon as I'm on TikTok, you can bet your last dollar I'll be subscribing to that too. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Doovid for the introductions. Thanks again for being here with us tonight.
Okay, great. Yeah, hope everyone had a good week. So I'll try to get through my week in review quickly. I don't have anything long to read through this week. So if Renault's around, I told him 8 o'clock, but if you want to join a little earlier, we'll try to get through this a little quickly. So here was just a random meme by Elon Musk that Jennifer resonated with. Just kind of like a Revenge of the Nerd type.
Wait, when did I say I resonated with that?
I thought in the Facebook message, but
Oh,
you
did
didn't
I?
use the word resonate. But I thought you said this applied to you, which is kind of like the basic Revenge of the Nerd meme.
Oh, well, I don't really see myself as a vengeful nerd, but I definitely, as far as the vengeful nerd memes go, if it were a class of memes, as it were, I would say that this one is probably closest to me in what it represents.
Okay, so I was just reading this right before the show. So I was looking, Michael Faraday had in like the 1820s or before that had at the Royal Society like a writing society, essay society for self-improvement. And one of the things he based his essay society for self-improvement off of was this man Isaac Watts, The Improvement of the Mind, who would have been a contemporary of Newton, slightly older. He had written a little bit about science and other things, but it's kind of like generic self-improvement. If you look at some of these chapters, general rules for the improvement of knowledge, 5 methods of improving, described and compared, um, of reading and books with directions relating thereto, the judgment of books, on instructions. It's got a chapter on Socratic disputations in general. But it's interesting, like in the same era as Newton, on improving intention and memory and various things, just your general self improvement, mental improvement techniques. I've So Ashish Delela, I noticed he's been putting out some things on Quora. It looks like none of them have any comments. Some of them were a little bit interesting. Let me just read this one. How does the Advaitic or monistic standpoint, yoga in sense of a final union, is inapplicable for union implies dualism of the divine and human spirit? So
Haha.
he mentions that monism kind of died out in the West in the ancient world, and there was somewhat of a revival with Leibniz, Bertrand Russell. They said it became popular in the English educated world, like Bengali, of people who wanted to frame Vedic ideas, in a Western paradigm in order to gain respect within the West. Um, and I mean, he seems a critic of monism. But I mean, it would appear from the Western paradigm that all of the various options are somewhat laid out. So, like, you're either one of these, you have to fall into one of these schools. And then if the Vedic paradigm is slightly different, but so most Hindus,
You basically have to accept the tenets of the Socratic method, which is that language conveys meaning. Excuse me, and that contradiction is meaningful.
yeah, that could be one of the elements. So no discussion here in his Quora. Here is a few other ones that he's put out there. Tough to develop a community. So this was towards last week, personalism and monotheism versus impersonalism. Another long article talking about the distinctions between personalism, monotheism, and impersonalism. And this week, his Jiva fall down and understanding of Anandi, which is this concept of the origin of the soul, or the we call the Jiva, and this term Anadi, which sometimes is translated as beginningless, which could be somewhat like time immemorial, and the various philosophical connotations of it. So good stuff on Ashish Delela. Maybe I'll try to get in there and talk with him on his Quora. So here was an interesting article on. It's actually a full book based on a PhD thesis, Advaita Neoplatonism, a critical study in comparative philosophy, and it covers Advaita, Shankaracharya, and then some of the comparisons to Neoplatonism. An academic study has a lot of research and explanation of Advaita philosophy, Shankaracharya's writings, and then a comparison to Neoplatonism. So anyone interested in the topic, check it out. A full PhD thesis, almost 300 pages. So James was on Not Your Everyday Ashley. I guess her friend Sarah, the Raging Tomato, did her first debate. And with Playing with Fire, Alex, dating advice. And they're doing like online speed datings, and these women have been participating. And so James joined the after show on Ashley's channel. And a little interesting because,
ironically, there's people that still doubt that this is hell. Just kidding. What was interesting about this exactly?
Well, James was talking about he's about to finish. I'm not sure if this year, if he meant this year meaning the next few months or like the whole year, but he's about to finish his PhD, and he's considering whether to go full time into modern day debate or seek employment into the field. It was interesting. He couldn't really even describe what he's doing his PhD in, something to do with like management psychology, but maybe it was the
Was
atmosphere.
it classified?
Maybe his mind was just jumbled, but he wasn't really capable of giving a clear explanation of what his PhD even is. Something to do with like management psychology, but he's considering going full time into modern day debates. And although most of the conversation is about general dating, and James talks about his dating experiences. So random article, Andrew Tate, uh, too big to put in the link, but an article in the Guardian questioning whether he actually has so much money in the search for his fortune. Although he had the cars, talking about his compound, and not necessarily that luxurious, and the quest for if he does actually have any hidden wealth. So, God forbid, still being held in detention, a lot of accusations, unclear what's going to be. But as I had mentioned, I was skeptical that he may not actually have that much money. So, this was one of the first reporting of the Guardian in the attempt to actually locate his money if he had any. Um, Here was an interesting University of California, San Francisco, on Department of Medicine on the role of Chat GPT in healthcare. So, I mentioned my father's um, coffee mug, and he actually has two of them. My mom liked it so much that my dad has one and my mom has one. Don't confuse your Google search for my medical degree, but at some point it could be don't confuse your medical degree for my Chat GPT uh, healthcare diagnosis. And if you think of like the computer, uh, like chess, one of the first things that the computer beat the best in the world, man, and it was notable, was chess, Deep Blue, and Gary Kasparov. Where now you would go with the computer recommendation for the best chess move over the world's greatest chess player. In fact, like a simple cell phone program could easily defeat the world chess champion. However, the biggest people to gain advantage from computer chess is the top players, because they're more likely to know the meaning of it. And yeah, I'd mentioned that by art, and we had a little, I guess, debate or discussion. I said the people most likely to benefit from the machine learning AI generated art would actually be artists, and presumably it'll be the same with medical care. That's what they're saying at University of California, where you're not necessarily talking about doctors being replaced, but it'd actually be a time saver for doctors themselves. But there could at some point be a time where the computer would give better medical advice than a doctor. However, the computer may not be able to explain to the person. So, in the meantime, the most likely beneficiary of um, computer generated medical diagnoses will be the doctors themselves. Um, Here's another famous book. Um, Herbert Butterfield's The Origins of Modern Science, and the historical importance of impetus. You know what impetus is?
Impetus, like, I know the common definition of the term is like something setting something off, or motive.
Yeah, I mean, the Latin, it means like to compel. And like in the Aristotelian physics, um, even through Descartes or Galileo, impetus was the main concept in physics. In the It was that which compels something to move. Um, that eventually became Newton's concept of force, that impossibly worked into gravity. So it's less so of um, a teleological compulsion that causes something to move, as opposed to universal laws. So he opens up with the historical importance of impetus, conservation of Copernicus, the study of the heart, William Harvey, the downfall of
Not
Aristotle
even
and
sure where the
Ptolemy,
idea that we were came from. We're pushed
the
around by
experimental
countless
method
emotions
of
that
the
we don't
17th
understand or
century,
driven by lust.
Bacon and Descartes, The effect of the scientific revolution on non-mechanical science, the history of the modern theory of gravitation, the transition to the philosophical movement in the reign of Louis the XIV, the place of the scientific revolution, the history of Western civilization, the postponed scientific revolution in chemistry, and the ideas of progress and ideas of evolution. So going through 1800. So um, we'll see um, if after Renault comes on, if we maybe we'll talk more about science. But I'm doing quite a bit more research in that. Here was a little nice quick videos I found on the history of Greek science. Oh, sorry, this is something else first. So I'll get to the history of Greek science. So here was Cold Fusion had two videos on Google embarrassed himself. AI war is heating up, where Google is trying to come out with a competitor to Chat GPT, and it didn't work out so well, and their stock price fell like $100 billion. Another Google panics over Chat
I mean,
GPT.
this really overshadows a lot of the other recent blunders that we've seen, between Elon and whatnot.
Yes, I believe
There's
that
a lot of disgraced CEOs lately.
Chat GPT actually comes from Google, but they sold it. And the big thing where the person was fired was a precursor technology to Chat GPT that became through OpenAI, where Elon is the major investor. And now the technology, Microsoft has paid $10 billion for it. But Google is extremely worried, as Jennifer was talking about, like the search function and the competition to search, not because ChatGPT is a search engine, but because people will probably prefer chat type, whether it's ChatGPT or ChatGPT 4 is coming out, type functions to an actual search. Because if you just get list of web pages and it's unclear the web pages give yourself an answer. So these days when I search, so like impetus, for example, now you have people also ask what is the meaning of impetus. um, how do you put impetus in the sentence, to where before I might have went to like Wikipedia or one of the links, that if it has a chat generated function like what is the meaning of impetus, that's related to Webster, these type conversational type questions, that I wouldn't actually use the search. And then Google's profit center is based off of search advertisements and paying to increase the ranking status for keyword searches. So, not that ChatGPT is directly competing with Google search. However, it's the type you like Henry Ford, which if you asked the customer what they wanted, they would have said a faster horse. They wouldn't have said an automobile. They would have wanted a faster horse. However, once the automobile came out, that people preferred the automobile to a horse. In a similar way, that people were not necessarily asking for computer chat type things, and historically, even there's a lot of dissatisfaction with uh, chat type functions, and therefore, um, however, if it's more if it works better for the user to have a chat style answer to their search query as opposed to a web page, and then also like the advertisement. I mean, maybe God forbid they're going to sneak in like Chat GPT and find a way to make money off of advertising, and like skewing the answer based off of the top auction price in the same way as Google search. I mean, that would be a possibility. It wouldn't even surprise me, God forbid. Um, but so people check out the Cold Fusion on that. Um, there's some PowerPoint. So here was another video. Korean scientist saying there wasn't really too many videos on how ChatGPT works. So he made his own beginner video, and last time he checked, he only had a few hundred subs, and this only had like tens of thousands of views. Now it's up to 70,000 views. So you can see this guy who's hardly getting any views on his stuff. His early videos, some of his videos have like 11 views, 36 views. Decide to make how ChatGPT works technically for beginners, and his sub count has tripled, and this has 74,000 views. And as I had mentioned, in the Yannick Kilcher, who I've been sharing his stuff, and I recommend all of Yannick Kilcher's stuff on this. And last week, I shared his alternative to ChatGPT that he's been working on. But one of his guests was mentioning that basically a neural net is just a decision tree. If you remember my essay on Kotov and candidate moves and analysis
Yes,
tree,
from the we're just binary computers. Now we have we're just a search tree.
yeah, but obviously ChatGPT.
And a dictionary is just a list of words.
Yeah, so I mean, just a basic way of understanding that any of these programs is going to reduce down to a search into a decision tree, because that's just how computers operate. And so you could give fancy terminology, and ChatGPT has like 70,000. The level of decision tree has over 70,000 nodes on it, and it's a slightly different method that we're unclear if it's been released on.
It has. Do you realize it has to be a decision tree if it's operating on a binary basis, right? Like it can't not be. Like everything is a decision tree that has any amount of computation in it. Any computer is a decision tree.
That's what I just said.
Even a calculator. Well, to say that a ChatGPT is a decision tree is like every computer is a decision tree. So it just seems really weird that you'd think that was like somehow insightful.
Well, yeah, it's in just to, if you're trying,
because it's not a decision tree. It's an input layer with a bunch of hidden layers and an output layer, and there may be decision trees at the basis of that functionality, but you can see that they're interconnecting all of their.
Each layer is.
All the decisions are interconnected in multiple ways. So a decision tree sort of says to be like, okay, there's separate, tendrils going out in different directions, whereas this really looks quite interconnected. But anyway.
Yeah, so this is my point, to consider it as a decision tree. So he has slides, so maybe we'll look at these slides that he made with his video. This was a little interesting. Vox on why everything you buy is worse now, and talking about economic pressures on why products now are worse. Last time, you related to economic pressures, outsourcing, reduction in price, where quality has actually decreased, and the economic pressures and circumstances that have caused that. Random Scott Bernstein here in Metro Detroit, Doooovid's fellow alumni here, went to high school with, was talking to famous mafia daughter Rita Gigante, the daughter of I guess someone from the Genovese crime family, like with Gotti, and it was a little interesting interview. But I was sharing this because now she works as a psychic medium, and yeah, I'd mentioned that in reincarnation, a lot of the things about birthmarks, knowledge of past lives, that the most common cases are people who were murdered. So she doesn't really talk about that much in the issue in this episode. She talks more about just growing up as a mafia daughter or various things. But she briefly mentions that she's a psychic medium. She has her own webpage. So that was interesting because in terms of knowledge of past lives, the most common cases of knowledge of past lives is related to murder that we've talked about on previous shows, and even the book of birthmarks and the examination. Almost all of those cases were people who were murdered, and where there were either corresponding birthmarks or knowledge that would appear that there would be no reason the person would know. Also, I mentioned the literature on people who claim to be reincarnated people who died during the Holocaust. That there are a few other examples, but I would say the vast majority of the cases that have been measured and published, maybe even over 90%, are related to people who are murdered. So this woman, the daughter of a mob boss who was, violent, probably committed many murders. That I mean, if she's a psychic medium, so I thought that was interesting, and there could be a connection in that case of something that's usually beyond the knowledge of human capacity. But if it wasn't the case, like if you believe that this woman does have that special skill, that it would specifically be given to, God forbid, the daughter of a mass murderer. Um, I've been watching this. These are Caltech. They're from like the mid '80s. A nice historical review, basic physics, 56 courses. I'm halfway through the mechanical universe from Caltech in the '80s, and they have a little bit of the professor, and then they have kind of like '80s style cartoon TV. Okay, I'm not going to share this because Russian TV sets off the censors, but
Really?
Elon Musk is
On YouTube, you can't share RT?
well, you should screen share, but I think I'm not sure if YouTube, but on Facebook, when I tried opening it up, it warned me about
Really?
sharing the link.
Okay.
And so in the chat, it might appear. It might. I'm not sure. I mean, if you want, I could try, but it doesn't matter.
Let's not tempt fate here. I was just wondering where you got that impression. But yeah.
Well, this is not Russian propaganda. I just read it on because like I regularly check the state of the conflict, and one of the news sources I check is RT, and so Elon Musk.
It is Russian propaganda, but in this case, the information is accurate. You consider it accurate.
Well, I don't know if it's propaganda. I mean, it's the official state sponsored.
Let's not argue about whether RT is propaganda. Let's just move on. So limits military use of Starlink for Ukraine. Okay.
Yeah, so Elon Musk had been, I've mentioned this before in the past, had been paying out of his own pocket, I think as much as like $20 million a month in order to give the Ukraine free Starlink internet access. However, the Ukraine now is using Starlink for military drones. And so Elon Musk said he is going to limit Ukraine's access to Starlink because he doesn't want to support their use of weaponization. They say it's for defensive purposes. However, now they're using it for drones that, God forbid, are probably killing people. So it was a regular article out there. We'll see what happens with that. So I was continuing to work on the Royal Society and Newton, and so here's this week at the Royal Institute how to build a satellite, and God forbid the influence of meeting of just a handful of blue-eyed men 350 years ago that really set the course for modern science. So maybe we'll cover that a little bit more after Renault is on. So there's multiple things that I was mentioning in terms of like Newton, the calculus, the mathematical universal laws of nature. Um, However, the influence of the Royal Society and that meeting of Newton is probably most seen through the standardization of the metric system. So here was a little paper that gave the whole rundown chronology of metric system and the measurement. And I actually have a whole book I got here that's like 1,000 pages on um, um, a Springer history and measurement of the base and derived units, talking about the full history of the unit systems that we use today. So something maybe we'll go into more in detail, but the canonization process of the Royal Society, uh, that even though maybe Descartes and Newton, Leibniz were wrong about quite a bit, that the Baconian scientific method was set into place, the standardization of the mathematical formulaic models and the testing and the verification, and then the standardization of the units. And we talked last week a lot about the last few weeks about thermodynamics, the conservation of energy, the heat equivalence of mechanical energy, the electrical equivalence of mechanical energy. So hopefully over the next few weeks, we will go more into detail on the standardization of the units of measurement. And that was all really codified by the Royal Society. Um, so here's a book. This is a contemporary of Newton, a little bit senior to Newton, John Wilkins, who was one of the founders of the Royal Society. In his essay towards the real character in a philosophical language, referring to um, the idea of a universal language for science. If it's mathematical, and I think Jennifer wants to talk about linguistics and language of the mind, but this founder of the Royal Society set out as one of the goals of the Royal Society to create a universal language to replace Latin as the language of science, and the language would be symbolic. And this might even predate Newton's calculus, where now possibly like differential equations might have been somewhat the fulfillment of this, and it will, Euler somewhat standardizes the modern calculus, and a lot of the stuff that Wilkins attempted, like these universal symbols, um, is unclear, whether that went anywhere. But conceptually, the founding of the Royal Society before Newton even became a member um, is very important. So here, Kathy loves physics. Back, she's working on a second book. She hasn't been putting out that many videos talking about quantorinos and Hamilton. And you remember what quantorinos
Could you
are?
see yourself with someone like that?
In what regards?
Like as a partner?
Was like a wife or mother of my children?
Yeah.
Um, I guess I never thought about that. I mean, I think she's married. She's got her own children.
I just meant like as a type.
I didn't consider that, but I guess conceivably. So quantorinos are a type of vector with the IJK notation that somewhat became standardized, and it dates back to William Rowan Hamilton. So people check out that Kathy Loves Physics video. I've also been doing a lot of research on Neoplatonism. So a famous Neoplatonist, Iamblichus.
It's Neoplatonism. There's a philosopher called Plotinus, so maybe that's where it's getting. Please continue.
And he's considered one of the early monists. So you see, Iamblichus placed the monad at the head of the system from which emanates the nous and psyche. Plotinus represents the nous as three stages: objective being, subjective life, and realized intellect. Iamblichus divided them into two spheres: intelligible and intellective. Iamblichus and Proclus may have introduced a third sphere between the two worlds, separating, uniting them. The identification of the nous with the demiurge in the Neoplatonic tradition was adopted and developed by the Christian Gnosticism. St. Augustine, following Plotinus, identified the nous with Logos as part of the Trinity. Iamblichus multiplied the number of divine entities according to the universal mathematical theorems. So a little bit interesting things. I'm actually in the middle of another book here too. Platonism and anti-Platonism in mathematics, where you're looking at mathematics as the Platonist tool. Charles Moskowitz had E. Michael Jones on this week for another debate. Random. I usually mention, like in terms of group positive and negative things, one of the worst things, God forbid, of Jews is generally eyesight. And like I mentioned that if you're ever, in you like a synagogue, most synagogues or Jewish places I go, like almost half the people have glasses. And so here was a study: Haredi men 3 times as likely to be nearsighted, probably due to Talmud study, where it's assigning it specifically to reading very up and close to the book, which could be it's genetic, as opposed to, because I think poor eyesight is common among Jews of all stripes, not just Haredi Jews, but it might be even more common.
They don't appear to be suggesting it's genetic. They appear to be suggesting it's because of Talmud study.
That's what this study's saying, although it could possibly, there's other studies found that, so I mean, if you see, there's a 2019 study that 30% of secular Israeli men are short-sighted. Haredi men, it was like 82%. So even the 30% of secular Jews who are nearsighted is still, I think, higher than most non-Jews. Okay, here was a movie recap of this movie called Super 30, about an Indian math teacher who teaches poor people mathematics. An interesting movie. If people want to check out the recap, you get a little feel about the prominent role of engineering in Indian society and some of the efforts to recruit the best to the various schools and funding. And so here was this physics series on the history of physics, and I was mentioning the Ionians, and for somewhat like the history of panpsychism, specifically monism and atomism, and but this is more just the pure history of science. So if Renault is around, so I had some songs for this week. So I was going to do, I don't think I did the Beatles before, so I was thinking this song I had in my head. I used to like this song when I was young, She's Leaving Home by the Beatles, and is based on a true story, God forbid, of Paul McCartney had read of Melanie Coe, who had ran away and then ended up coming back like pregnant and had an abortion. It was big in the news story, and it was put on Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, which was experimental and had kind of new sounds to it. But this was a retro sound that had harp music and to a violin. So although Sergeant Pepper's was experimental and pushing forward your rock and roll, She's Leaving Home was somewhat retro in terms of classical music, and it mirrors Eleanor Rigby, which came out a year before on Yellow Submarine, which also is like a retro song that has uh, sung to a violin, that not a typical rock song. And both of them are very cynical, so they're kind of like wholesome songs that have a deep, meaningful message, but at the same time they're very cynical about the current status of modern society. Are you familiar with either of these songs, Eleanor Rigby or She's Leaving Home?
Not sure. Don't think so.
Yeah, so I think Eleanor Rigby is in G, and it's melodic, and it's probably more popular than She's Leaving Home, but neither one of these that popular. The words are very somewhat satirical. It starts out with the kind of choral, and then it has a storyline, and if you know the Beatles biography, some of these characters are probably actually true characters that come from um, Liverpool. I think the Beatles grew up in Liverpool, and some of these characters are. I think there's actually a grave of Eleanor Rigby in Liverpool, and maybe this Father Mackenzie is actually a real character also, and so it's kind of satirical.
Sure, that's
This
not
one,
pronounced Mackenzie.
yeah, probably. Some of these words are by John Lennon and are very satirical. If you think of early Christianity, where Christianity, there's a verse like something. Oh, let's get the hiccups right before I'm about to sing. Where there's a verse like praiseworthy is the person who leaves their parents for the sake of the gospel, where these songs are almost like the reverse of Eleanor Rigby as a precursor to She's Leaving Home, where it's very musically similar to praiseworthy is the person who leaves the church for modern nihilism. So this is Eleanor Rigby, and it's got three verses that are all kind of nihilistic. All the lonely people, where do they all find homes? All the lonely people. I look at all the lonely people. Eleanor Rigby picks up the rice in the church where a wedding has been. Lives in a dream, waits at the window, wearing the face that she keeps in a jar by the door. Who is it for? All the lonely people. Where do they all come from? All the lonely people. Where do they all belong? Father Mackenzie, writing the words of a sermon that no one will hear. No one comes near, look at him working, donning the socks in the night where there's nobody there. What does he care? All the lonely people. Where do they all come from? All the lonely people. Where do they all belong? Eleanor Rigby died in the church and was buried along with her name. Nobody came. Father Mackenzie, wiping the dirt from his hands as he walks from the grave. No one was saved. All the lonely people. Where do they all come from? All the lonely people. Where do they all belong? So these are somewhat like less well-known Beatles songs. I mean, anyone knows the Beatles knows these songs, but they're not from their most famous songs. I was looking at them because one thing, they're somewhat simplistic musically, and they're retro because they're sung to classical instruments as opposed to the guitar. And you can see that one in 1966 is kind of like cynical. Uh, all the lonely people. You're just talking about a priest that no one's going to, no one cares. A lonely woman that that dies unnoticed. And the next year is an even more skeptical song. You're referring to probably the Beatles as a sign of stealing the youth of a generation, the generation that would have been Eleanor Rigby and Father Mackenzie's, who the previous generation, Eleanor, that were caught up in a system that no longer has any meaning. So she's leaving home is based on a true story, and basically just story about a girl running away from home. Wednesday, and this one's in 3/4. This one's in um, E, and as opposed to Eleanor Rigby, it's in 3/4 time, as opposed to Eleanor Rigby is in 4/4 time. Wednesday morning at 5 o'clock as the day begins, silently closing her bedroom door, leaving the note that she hopes would say more. She goes downstairs to the kitchen, clutching her handkerchief, quietly turning the back door key. Stepping outside, she is free. So in this song, Paul McCartney sings in falsetto and carries the note, and John Lennon does the refrain. So it takes two people to sing properly. So I won't be able to do it like in the song. We gave her most of our lives, is leaving, sacrificed most of our lives. Home, we gave her everything that money could buy. She's leaving home after living alone for so many years. And the music's the same, that is three verses, and you can see some of the cynicism that I'm trying to point out here. Father snores as his wife gets into her dressing gown, picks up the letter that's lying there, standing alone at the top of the stairs. She breaks down and cries to her husband, Daddy, our baby's gone. Why would she treat us so thoughtlessly? How could she do this to me? She, we never thought of ourselves, is leaving, never a thought for ourselves. We struggled hard all of our lives to get by. Friday morning at 9 o'clock, she is far away, waiting to keep an appointment she made, meeting a man from the motor trade. What did we do that was wrong? Is leaving. We didn't know it was wrong. Oh, fun is the one thing that money can't buy. Something inside that was always denied for so many years. Okay, so sorry about that. It's a somewhat a tough song to sing. So whatever reason, I thought I'd try to keep on doing a song. That song I had in my head, and I was thinking of the switch from probably Newton's time till the Beatles, where you had somewhat of a consistency from Newton time till the 60s, and this Beatles of Eleanor Rigby and Father Mackenzie, that just like the nihilism, the church, the old school method is no longer working. And then She's Leaving Home, which these are retro done to classical music, with a guitar and harp, with a violin and harp as opposed to a guitar. And now looking at like the Beatles as representative of counterculture, maybe like Hinduism, New Age, stealing the kids away from the church. So first, say 1966, Yellow Submarine, Eleanor Rigby, where the church and old school society doesn't have answers. All the lonely people, that it's just producing lonely people. And then the next year, 1967, She's Leaving Home, where you actually have the rebellion, like run away, abandon your parents. They don't have answers for you. And then you have a little bit of John Lennon's cynicism, like Paul McCartney somewhat remains. And so we could talk more maybe in the future on the degeneracy of society. So if we got
Yeah, I just muted you. You joined there, Renell, and there's some crackling on your end.
It's crackling on mine?
Yeah, so it can barely hear you and it's scratchy, so you might have to restart your device. I'm not sure, but yeah, it can barely hear you.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Is that better?
It's still pretty scratchy.
Still pretty scratchy? Okay.
You have to check your mic setting, or you might pull your mic out and put it back in, or you might even have to leave and come back. I hope you don't have to restart your computer, but yeah, your sound is not working. Unless you're like outside in a windstorm.
No.
Or if your computer
his volume is very low, so it sounds like something's not fully plugged in.
Okay, so I'm gonna restart. Right.
Okay. So yeah, dude, if you want to keep going.
Yeah, let me just look at these slides.
I think you'll be able to rejoin now at any time.
Yeah, let me just look at these slides real quick from that video I was talking about. So you're looking ChatGPT versus humans. Humans need to spend about 25 years to have fully developed brain with university degrees. Neurons are always changing their connections and activations every second we are alive. Neurons are completely autonomous and super energy efficient. ChatGPT takes 1.5 years to be trained and released. ChatGPT doesn't change its neural network once built. Researchers are happening to make this less rigid. ChatGPT requires a massive amount of GPU and electricity power to train. The brain structure, neurons. So here's just an example of a neural network. Here's more examples of complex types of neural network patterns. Unsupervised learning, then supervised learning. So human babies. So he's claiming that ChatGPT models the human experience. Human babies learn to speak languages before formal education at school. Unsupervised learning. Kids then get fine-tuned from school with exam scores that tell them what is their better or worse answer. Supervised learning. ChatGPT is made up of two main parts: understanding the context of the input chat by human. Here's the left side of the diagram. Generate reactionary answers back to the human. So he's comparing the method of ChatGPT to human cognitive development, where young children call it doing unsupervised learning, where they just gather a bunch of information and interact with their parents and friends, and then they go to formal training of school and tests and being told what is right or wrong. That would be a form of supervised. And saying ChatGPT was done in a similar way, where it just downloaded a whole bunch of data and then had reaction feedback from human users. unfortunately, still the static.
It's still really bad. Yeah. Scratching.
Okay, let me see if I can pull my phone.
Do you have a microphone? Like, where's your audio coming from?
Let's see if we can use audio.
Yeah, I can't even hear you. So,
Okay, I'm gonna one.
maybe just check your audio connection.
Okay, I will.
Okay, so the current state ChatGPT for unsupervised learning, ChatGPT is given incredible amounts of text data from the internet up to the year 2021, and it takes about a year. For supervised learning, ChatGPT was guided by human judges for about 6 months. Once the neural network is made, it serves customers for a period of time until a new version is released. In between the version releases, neural network is fixed. So ChatGPT 4, some people say, is already ready. So at this point, ChatGPT 3 is not improving. It was trained and now it's operating and it doesn't have a feedback mechanism. However, a new release version could be out really anytime possibly. So ChatGPT versus humans. Humans need to spend about 25 years to have fully developed brain. So this is the repeat of the earlier slide. So this was just the slides from that first link that I shared. So that's everything I had in my week in review. I tried to make it. I mean, the last few weeks I was going really long. Like 1 week it was in like 3 hours. But, so I made sure to be done at 8. So Renault hopefully figures out his sound.
Well, he's joined with a different account now, so maybe this will fix it. What is up? I don't hear the scratching anymore. Yay.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now it's fine.
Great. Awesome.
Do you want it here?
I'm on my phone, so yeah.
Okay, yeah, that should work fine.
Okay.
If unless if you had something to share, but so yeah, you reached out this week and you said you changed your handle from pantheism to spiritual atheism, and it goes in a lot with what we're talking about, because to some extent there may not even depending on how you define the words, there's not even a difference between pantheism and spiritual atheism. And some people will argue that really, like Aristotle, Plato, Socrates were spiritual atheists. And if you want to talk about the dualism again, if you don't like the terminology spiritual atheist, but does that mean dualism in the sense that does spirituality necessitate some separate realm where spirituality occurs? And I say, like, Doovid's a deist. I'm a dualist, where I believe there's a spiritual realm and a material realm, but I also believe in a deity. And so that, like Socrates, you could call a spiritual atheist because Socrates was put to death for rejecting the deities. But obviously Socrates, made arguments for the immortality of the soul and the spiritual realm. So, you could be in classical philosophical grounds with people like Socrates as a spiritual atheist.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you're referring to a spiritual realm. I believe that there's one universe. I mean, so spiritual realm will exist in the realm of love, in the realm of justice, where love and justice aren't material things. So we call that the spiritual realm. Is that how you're defining it?
Yeah, so like the material realm is spatial, temporal, consists of space, time, and substance. And the spiritual realm is not of things like ideas and concepts. You can make a distinction between qualitative and quantitative. Metaphysics is a complicated subject, so it's like what exists. Who's like, oh, love is in my heart. Where it's like, well, love's not really in your heart. Like, just blood is in your heart. And so where does love actually exist? And so metaphysically, like as a dualist, um, in the term dualism, meaning a material realm and a spiritual realm, you're saying whatever you consider spiritual exists in the non-material plane. So when you're talking about love, you're talking about something that doesn't have a material component.
Yeah, so I agree that there's a spiritual realm and a material realm. Yes, that's correct.
An atheist, you just mean, okay, there is no deity in the way like I mentioned the ancient Greeks, where a lot of them were spiritual atheists. Like Aristotle talks about an uncreated world. It says that Aristotle believed in a spiritual realm also, and him said, well, just like the material world was uncreated, the spiritual realm was uncreated. So in that extent, you say, well, I don't believe in God. I don't think that there's a creator, and I don't think that we have some sort of direct connection to this non-existent creator. And so but you say, well, who created the spiritual realm? It's simply, well, who created the material realm? It doesn't matter.
Well, everything always existed. So the material realm always existed, and the spiritual realm always existed. So nothing got created. Everything always existed.
So you mean you didn't necessarily change your philosophy? You're just classifying and putting it forward in a different way than pantheism.
Yes, I'm speaking now in a secular way. When I speak in a secular way, my message comes through clearer. So that's why the improvement. So now that I label things differently, my message comes through much clearer.
That's really interesting. Can you go into that a little more?
I just how do I? Well, I guess I have to start with my story just really fast. A couple of years back, the universe itself started teaching me about itself. That's how I know what I know about the universe, and that's why I can speak so confidently about the universe, because it itself taught me how it works. The only way I could have interpreted that at the time was that God was speaking to me, and I went through my life with that impression that God was speaking to me, and that I had the truth about the universe. But if I had the truth about the universe, I'd be able to convince anyone of it. But later on, much later on, I met a woman, and I just couldn't convince her, and I couldn't understand why. And it was because she was an atheist, and I was speaking to her in a religious way. But now that I'm speaking in a secular way, the same exact message, she totally agrees with. She's totally on board. We don't share anything that's not in common. And so my message could reach everyone now because I could speak it in a secular way. I don't speak in a religious way anymore.
That's a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
I think that was my plan with going through physics. And thinking if I had a background in physics, then people would be more likely to listen to what were theological claims.
Yes.
So
yeah,
it
but
didn't work.
Oh well, I'm not making any theological claims. I'm making scientific claims, meaning I'm making truth claims about how the actual universe works. I'm not like debating concepts. I'm saying this is how the real world works.
We're also talking about spirituality, not
Spirituality is the real world.
not
It's just
physical
as real as
sciences.
material.
When you're talking, say a non-God-centered spirituality, where you're not, if you came from a Christian background or majority, uh, it's not centered around a deity like like Jesus, where spirituality is in relationship to some deity like Jesus or Krishna, or Yahweh, uh, or the Creator in general, but to universal spiritual principles that are that have no connection to a deity or
Well,
creator.
I mean, you don't need a creator. I mean, there's no need for a creator. I mean, I believe that the universe works intelligibly. But the creator in the way that you mean it, it's not necessary. I mean, like I said in the video that I shared with you guys, morality, we don't need a deity for morality. I mean, in fact, I think a deity only gets in the way because people speak with the authority of that deity, like Moses did, like Muhammad did. And I mean, these people I believe have like set us back like years. I mean, the reason why we feel the way we do about homosexuality it's because of these men who claim to speak for this God that you speak of. I mean, that's a very dangerous concept that like people are promoting. And I mean, and it hurts real people. So even though the universe speaks to me in the way that I'm claiming that it does, I never like use it to say that because of that, what I'm saying is true. I speak words and you can decide whether or not it's true. I don't come with any authority. Do you see what I'm saying? Like these men, like Moses, like Muhammad, like these, yeah, people who set us back, like I said.
Yeah, I was just doing my research today for today's show, actually, and I mean, like Plato possibly agreed with you, and that would say it was the Neoplatonist that Philo, uh, the religious Jew based on the Bible, precursor to Christianity, and the concept of revelation. That the ancient Greeks didn't have revelation in their system, and so that's generally the difference between atheism and theism. Say like, no, there is a God, and God spoke to me or spoke to our prophets and revealed this, as opposed to an atheistic spiritual system. Like, no, I mean, there is a soul, there is a spiritual system, there is alignment with the universe, but there's no revelation. And you could say it's more possibly even scientific or trial and error than some proclaimed connection to this deity.
Well, I had a revelation. I'm claiming to have had a revelation. What I'm saying is revelations don't work the way these people say they work. See, the fact that I had a revelation is irrelevant. If I'm speaking the truth, then the truth will stand by itself. You see what I'm saying? I don't need magic tricks. I don't need talking snakes. I don't need like superstitious stories. Like
Well,
if I'm
revelation
telling the
can be
truth,
defined in a few different ways. I mean, like revelation that God spoke to you, as opposed to like a realization that you didn't have a revelation necessarily, like God chose you and spoke to you and gave you a special message, but you had a realization of universal spiritual principles or getting in touch with some form of higher truth in reality. What does there necessarily mean? And what does it mean to spirituality? Like the soul is the being that survives death, or the reincarnation. Also asked us about karma, laws of action and reaction, and morality and ethics.
we can make sense of all of that. None of that requires a deity. Again, like the revelation that you're talking about is a dangerous concept. I'll tell you about some other revelations that happened. Like Einstein's theory of relativity, that was a revelation. Do you see how Einstein didn't need to tell any silly stories or say that he got it from God? It stood alone by itself as true. Do you see how the truth works? It's that simple. We don't need any superstitions or silly stories. The truth stands alone by itself. Everything makes sense. We can make sense of everything by ourselves. And in fact, once human beings start doing that, I think we would reach a new level of evolution, a better place. And we could look at this as the dark ages almost.
Well, I mean, can you make sense of it? I mean, that.
What would you like? What would you like me to make sense of? We'll do it right now. I'll demonstrate it.
Well, I mean, what happens after death? Like last time, why do the righteous suffer and the wicked prosper?
Well, let's take it one at a time. What would you like to know?
Right. First, what happens after death?
I mean, well, there is no death in the way that you mean it. You're an experiencing thing in the universe. Nothing in the universe dies. That means the thing that's experiencing right now, the thing that's experiencing my language right now, me talking, that thing does not die. Like nothing in the universe dies. Nothing in the universe dies, including your consciousness.
So what happens
Makes
after? What
perfect
happens
sense.
after? If you say the death of the body, what happens to that conscious, non-physical entity that's us after the death of the body?
Well, what I would tell you is like try to focus more on today. Try to focus on more what's going on right now. Like just because I can't predict the future, like tell me what's going to happen on the stock market tomorrow. I can't tell you that. I can't tell you what might happen to your experiencing self. But what I can tell you is that the experiencing self is eternal. Like everything is eternal. That's true. It makes sense. I mean, there's no way around it. You see how the truth stands alone by itself?
Well, yeah, I mean, you could say that certain things are knowable, but here you're also saying that you can't know what's going to happen.
No. I'm saying just because I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen on the stock market tomorrow. I don't know if the US and China are going to fight. I don't know a lot of things. Do you see what I'm saying? But I do know deep truths. Like the one I just demonstrated right now, that everything always exists. So you asked me what goes on with your spirit. I just told you. It continues existing like everything continues existing in the universe. It is that simple.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's what Socrates said. I mean, he also didn't say exactly what happened. He just said that logically, that the spirit has to continue past death. Although, what exactly?
Well, I'm sorry.
Well, I'd say as given the most classic, ancient philosophical questions at the heart of religion and philosophy, the existence of the soul or what happens to the soul after death, and probably the main one is the existence of evil, sometimes framed in the biblical perspective, why the righteous suffer or the innocent suffer and the wicked prosper, or even just the existence of evil in the first place.
Well, I'm sorry. I had to correct something really fast. When I spoke just now and I gave the truth, you gave credit to Socrates. You said Socrates said this. What I want to tell the audience is that before Socrates' mom was born, Africans were saying the same thing. Black people have said this before Socrates. I don't want everything to be credited to some white male in the past. I speak my truth. Anyone who's spoken the truth in the past has said what I've said. So we don't have to go and give credit to some white male every time I speak a truth.
Okay,
I mean,
that could be. I mean, I just think Socrates is the first person we have written recorded history of that statement.
Yeah,
but,
I guarantee
all likelihood, you're right, in that great minds previous to him, but he's one of the first recorded people to have.
I don't like white supremacy. And I'm not claiming that you are. I'm just saying, like in speech, a lot of white supremacy comes out. Like that credit must go to this white male. I spoke my words of the truth. We don't need to go back to a white male who spoke that truth because
I mean, the credit. I just meant to place that you're not saying anything unique. You're saying something that
Socrates didn't say anything unique. Socrates didn't say anything unique. That white male, he didn't say anything unique because people before him spoke this. So he didn't say anything unique.
Well, if I put it on you, regardless of Socrates, but what do I need you to tell me something that has already been told?
You asked me the question and I answered your question. You asked the teacher a question, the teacher answered the question. Do you see what I'm saying? That's why you got that answer, because I answered your question.
Well, I said, if I already read Socrates, what do I need you for in that sense?
Well, you asked me the question, so you need me to answer the question. You asked me a question, so you need me to answer it. That's what you need me for. You need me to answer the question that you asked me.
Okay, but you didn't tell, or I mean, you didn't tell me something I didn't already know.
Well, that's not my concern. You asked me a question, I answered it. Like, why I if you already knew it or not, I don't see what the point is. If you already knew it, then why'd you ask the question?
Do you agree, Doovid, that Socrates is white supremacy or an example of it?
Well, Socrates was Greek. He was Middle Eastern. I mean, certainly the modern Western world, like I mention all the time, is the European Western model, where is based on ancient Greece, Rome, and in Europe, and Socrates is the teacher of Plato, is the teacher of Aristotle, who was
and other
a
white people.
conqueror. I mean, Alexander the Great conquered
Aristotle? What? Was the teacher of a conqueror?
of Alexander the Great. I mean, Alexander the Great conquered Africa or parts of Africa, and he's the direct lineage of Socrates. So, yeah, I mean, certainly that's an element.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
a lot
didn't
of people
Socrates
think
have a bunch of students? I mean,
a lot of people think that
your portrayal doesn't sound fair here.
Well, a lot of people think ancient Greece was multicultural. I mean, I actually agree with Renault that in my tour of my library, I mentioned a large part of ancient Greece wisdom comes from Egypt, and although the written record of Egypt's not as clear as the Greek record, but I mean, you could say that, like, if I was saying like that, I need to justify what you're saying by saying that a great man of the West said what you said. That I mean, I could see that as some form of like, why do I have to justify or validate what you said by saying, some great man of the West said that also.
Yes, that's my only point. And I don't think you meant anything by that. I want to make that very, very clear. I know that you're a great person and you've always treated me with a lot of respect. And I hope that I didn't say anything that implied anything that I did not mean. I think it was just in the language. It's just how the language is spoken. I don't think you did anything. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, well, I mean, in fact, as we're talking
Are you
English.
saying English is kind of a language of white supremacy?
Well, in the English language, we normally go back, like, so when a black man speaks, we have to accredit a white man for saying it. Any person who spoke the truth said it. Asians said it. Like, Native Americans said it. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, anyone who knew the truth said it. So we don't have to credit everything to white males. It skews people. It makes people think that only white men have something unique that they don't. And I mean, it's insulting to intellectual like myself, I guess.
Well, is there a historical record of it? Say, well, unfortunately, it's just factual that our ancestors were defeated by Europeans. The reason we're speaking the English language is because our ancestors were defeated and colonized by the English. And even if Jennifer is someone Irish or something, just the fact that we're talking in the English language is a result
sign of Christian dominion. And white supremacy is an attribute of Christian dominion. That's how I would put it.
Well, a lot of it is. I would agree. But
also he's saying, well, is your spirit connected to your genetic ancestry? Do you think that your spirit is related to your material ancestry or even the suffering of your ancestors in that sense? And say, if you put it, okay, well, the reason you're speaking English is because your ancestors were defeated by the English people, and we grew up under this dominion, and therefore we speak a language that's not the language of our ancestors. But then is the spirit the language of your ancestors? And if there's a ruling class of like, I want to get in good with the power, and the power now is not my ancestors. The power is the people who defeated my ancestors. And so I'm not a descendant of Socrates. I'm a descendant of people who were defeated by the tradition of Socrates, and therefore, it's a method of vindicating my captors to that extent. But then there's the historical reality. Well, why were my ancestors defeated if which gets into the second of the main questions, is the suffering of the righteous and the reward of the wicked. So to come in to say, well, you could say like, no, I mean, if you want to interpret is say, well, how is it possible our ancestors were defeated? Um, if they were righteous, they wouldn't have been defeated. So it must be that they were defeated because they were wicked. You say, well, no, not necessarily, because there's a phenomenon that righteous people suffer and the wicked prosper. So maybe the captors were actually wicked and they prospered even though they were wicked, and maybe our ancestors who were defeated were actually righteous and they were defeated even though they were righteous. And that's the essential question of evil, phrased biblically from Moses. So why do the righteous suffer and the wicked prosper?
Well, I'm going to try to unpack that maybe. So I just wanted to first say that I appreciate everything that came out of Europe. I think I love the culture of Europe. Great technology came out of Europe. Like, let's give a round of applause for Europe and all of it, the stuff that it has given the world. So I have nothing against Europe or anything from it. The Europeans conquered my people because my people were weaker and they were stronger. If my people were stronger and they were weaker, then my people would have conquered. And then maybe we'll be talking about black supremacy right now. Maybe everything you're saying, I'd be accrediting to a black guy.
Well,
You
we'll
see what
be
I'm saying?
speaking a
It just
different
happens to
language,
work out
probably.
this
Just
way.
the fact we're speaking English, we're not speaking the language of our ancestors.
Yeah, I don't care about the language of my ancestors. I could care less.
Well, if your ancestors had won, then presumably we would be speaking that language, not English. That's just the point I'm making, that the language is significant because it has these historical connotations. But we don't have to go on that, because I think the larger question of evil, why the righteous suffer and the wicked prosper is probably more important.
Okay, so why do the wicked
Or you
prosper?
say there's no correlation.
No.
The strong prosper, and it doesn't matter. You could be righteous and suffer. You could be wicked and prosper. It's related to strength.
Well, the wicked, don't really prosper. Like in the way that you mean it. I mean, when someone steals, they have to worry about someone stealing from them. Like, so wickedness is kind of a punishment in of itself, and being righteous in the way that you mean it is a pleasure within itself. So I would consider myself a righteous person. I enjoy healing. I love loving. I love peace. So when I do it, it's a reward in and of itself. If I suffer in this life, then I suffer, but I'm still in heaven inside because I get to be me, a righteous person. It's a reward in and of itself.
When we put it to you and you have some sort of insight and say, well, if I listen to you, will I prosper and not suffer? Or you say like, well, no, unfortunately, I can't guarantee that if you listen to me, that it will have any effect on your prosperity or suffering.
Well, what I'm saying is that running away from pain is a weakness. If you spend your life running away from pain or running away from suffering, that's a weakness. You'll live your life as a slave. That's how people keep slaves enslaved, by like threatening them with pain. Like, you have to endure pain if you want to get what you want. So I would never preach for people to like run away from suffering in the way that you mean it. Like,
Well,
people should suffer for what they want, and people should get what they want, and and it requires suffering to get there. That's the cost for success.
Well, so is it some end goal that through hard work, what you call, maybe you want to say, well, hard work is basically suffering, that the overall prosperity will be greater and outweigh the suffering? Or you say that the hard work, if you call that suffering, is worthwhile in and of itself, even if there is no prosperity attached to it?
Well, what I'm saying is that the suffering man is in heaven already. You see what I'm saying? The suffering is only happening on the outside. On the inside, that man is in heaven. I'm in heaven right now, even when I suffer, even when I feel pain. I'm rewarded inside because
So you personally, or
self-actualized.
any
I've
person suffering?
self-actualized.
You're saying that's a matter of statement, or are you making a generic statement about anybody in suffering?
No,
Or is it a form of enlightenment that you can be in heaven even though you're suffering?
exactly. It's a form of enlightenment that you could be in heaven even while you're suffering. That's absolutely right. And there's a Buddhist monk who proves my point. In Vietnam, when the Vietnam War happened, the Christians who were in power in South Vietnam that the Americans put into power were harsh on the Buddhists there. And in revolt to that, a Buddhist monk set himself on fire. He sat there and burnt himself, and he didn't move a muscle. And he did that just to prove a point. Even though that man was suffering inside he was in heaven. You see what I'm saying? So much so that he could set his body on fire just to prove a point. I mean, if that doesn't prove my point, I don't know what does. I mean, what can?
Well, if you're talking something universal, like I was mentioning, early, God forbid, like Andrew Tate, and if you're talking a message of basic self-improvement, you got to work hard, you got to take your life into your own hands, but maybe not righteous purposes, like you should take your life into your own hands and work hard so that you could fornicate and acquire wealth, but the general message is, well, you have to take your life in your own hands and work hard, and that's largely through the acceptance of suffering. If it's working out, going to the gym, uh, putting up with embarrassment, you're working hard in any aspect. But I mean, generally, there's an end goal attached to it, and said the most popular, uh, God forbid, if people, well, I want to, I want to get girls, and I want to, have a lot of money and cars and fame, as opposed to possibly more righteous end goals. But if you want to all put that in some form of prosperity, or if you're looking like life is a choose your own adventure, and if you accept the suffering, then there's some benefit to it besides the just internal heaven of acceptance of suffering, but to the actualization of goals, whatever those goals may be.
Oh, well, what I'm saying is that you're looking at the universe incorrectly. You're looking at the end game as though it exists temporarily or in time somewhere else in this thing called the future. What I'm saying is the end game is now. Only thing that exists is now. So all of your heaven is right now. There is no end game in the way that you mean it.
Well, I mean, there is. I see what you're saying. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree, but there's still goal-directed behavior. So it's okay. I might be going to the gym or dieting or studying hard, and there will be some point in the future where there'll be outcome from that activity. Of if a simple process like uh, going to the gym, getting into shape, which is largely suffering and painful, but there's a future state where you have more muscle.
Well,
So
yeah,
the now is the only thing that exists, but there still is the hypothetical future state of why the suffering, certainly self-induced suffering, like working out, is based on that future state.
Okay, so where you're looking at it incorrectly is that you're talking about future states, and I understand exactly what you mean, but there is no meaning in those future states. Just see that as almost information that has no meaning, the future. All the meaning happens now. You're asking, is there some future meaning or some future prosperity or some future? Those are meaningful questions. All meaningful questions happen right now. They don't happen in the future or in the past. Okay, the past, the way you're thinking about it is just information. You have information about you have information about your history, right? It's just information. It has no meaning to it. Okay, and what you're trying to do in predicting the future is just information. There is no future like prosperity in the way that you mean it. Prosperity exists right now in the present.
Given the presence of fleeting moment.
No, it's not. It's happening right now, and it's always happening right now. The present moment is happening right now. Even when you talk, it's going to be the present moment.
Yeah, but say that what just was the present moment. Now there's a new present moment.
No, there's not.
The previous present moment, the current present moment was the future.
No, you're looking at it incorrectly. What you're seeing is information. What you're calling the past is just information. The present is still. The present is always here. You're looking at information pass by. You're not passing by. There wasn't a David who just died 30 minutes ago. Do you see what I'm saying? That David that was 30 seconds ago, it still exists right now. That David was always in the present. Okay, you're looking at it as though there's Davids dying every single second and there's a new David being born every single into the future. That it doesn't work that way. You're just looking at information pass you by, but you are still.
Well, I mean, bring it back to the Western tradition.
The experiencing thing does not move.
I mean, the Western tradition that's referred to as the continuity problem, and saying that there's some sort of continuity between the I of the past, present, and future that's the same I that you could be related to a soul or the spiritual element, that the spiritual I is non-changing even though the body is changing. But this concept, like in the West they call the continuity problem, that
You know what the Native Americans called it?
no, in the West it's called the continuity problem.
I know, but what did the Native Americans call it?
I'm not sure. I'm not
Yeah, but
educated in that.
what I'm saying is, like, I don't care what they called it. Like, we don't need to keep on going back to these white people. We could talk between the two of us about what the truth is. We don't need to keep on referring to these white people. I mean, like, whatever the truth is, everyone had it, David. The truth exists anywhere anyone has the truth. So anyone who found the truth, like we found the truth now, they were saying the same thing we were saying. And they were saying way before a white person existed, way before a white man evolved, they were saying this. So we don't have to keep on going back to white people. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't like it. It's inferring something that's incorrect. I don't want to send that message out, that white people should be like referred to, or we need to quote them, or we need to, like, we don't need to give them any kind of deference. They don't deserve it. They're not the authors of this. They're not the authors of truth. Socrates did not come up with the truth. The truth existed before Socrates. The truth existed before any white person existed.
I mean, I don't disagree, but I mean that it goes against my classical academic training, where you got to quote your even biblical training. You got to quote your sources, and the
source wasn't a white man. The source was not a white man. They lied to you. The source was not a white man. The source of the truth is not white people. The truth existed before white people. The white people were not the source of this. White people were not the source
of the term, the continuity problem.
I don't care about their terms. Let's just talk between the two of us about what the truth is. Like, we're having great. See, I don't need to quote anybody. I'm speaking for myself. I would just like to hear what David has to say. Tell me your truth. Tell me how you see things. We don't need to quote any white people or bring any, like, give white people deference every single step of the way. I don't want to have to give them deference because my ancestors didn't get deference. And it's because of this kind of thinking where a black man can't get his message across because he's black. I mean, I don't look like these Greeks, right? So it's harder to get my message out. I don't want to keep on giving them credit.
Well, I don't necessarily. That's because I went through the academic system. I don't necessarily have anything. I crushed myself and my own desires and filled it up with what I was told was important. And so, what I think, I'm not sure what I think. I just know what I learned and studied and what I was
just tell me about
understood to be important, because the great men of history, the great wise men,
were they black or any of them black?
From the Western tradition, but that's my training. Is I don't really have my own thoughts or desires, and I've kind of dispelled them. It doesn't matter what I think; it matters more what the great recognized masters thought.
Stop worshiping these men. They're not that great. Don't worship them. They're not gods. Don't sell yourself out for these white men. They're not gods.
I didn't say that they're gods, but I said that
you're selling yourself out for them. You're saying you don't have any thoughts. You need to refer to the thoughts of these white men. They are not gods. They're not gods. They eat and they shit like everyone else. They are nothing. People spoke the truth before them. You don't need to worship them in the way that you're worshiping them.
And they came up with ideas that are
still.
You
have no thoughts. Your thoughts, only their thoughts. You don't have your own thoughts. That sounds like a slave.
Well, I mean, God forbid. That's why I remember my rabbi in Jerusalem, said,
why bring up Africa when I said slave?
Well, because I said that, I am a slave. I'm a slave to God. I'm a volunteer slave to God.
These white men are your gods. You're a slave to them. Their thoughts are what you're speaking, not God's. The white men, the white Greeks, you're speaking their words. They are your God. You refer to them for everything. You speak their words. You have no mind of your own. You only speak the words of your gods, these white Greeks. They are not my gods. I'll wipe my ass with them.
Yeah, right here. No, I mean, I'm just academic, and what I'm saying, maybe we're in a disagreement in the sense of, back to the question of revelation. So if you're saying that all this wisdom always existed in individuals and great minds, but at the same time we have a historical tradition, and it's unclear
White
whether all these
white
ideas
supremacy does.
existed.
White supremacy has a tradition. This is a white supremacy. Listen, David, just tell me your thoughts. Even if you learned it from them, just tell me your thoughts, and let's you and I speak.
Well, I'm more an academic. I don't really have my own thoughts. Like, I'm an academic.
But
That's
do you
why I
see how
tell
you
you.
sound? Do you
That's why
hear
I tell you,
yourself?
like, oh, you said this,
He
and like, oh,
always
well,
says this, though.
But well, whose thoughts do you have?
I have my own mind. Like, thoughts come to my head, but I've largely nullified my own thoughts. So I'm like an independent scholar and academic. So when you say something, it triggers in my mind the concept, and then I try to organize like the historical progression of ideas, and conceptually, I'm understanding the world as some sort of progression where there's new ideas that were developed and spread, and then that might be connected to a person, and then there's some merit to actually giving credit to that person.
Well, listen, David. Listen, I just want to say I do appreciate you, and I again, I don't want to accuse you of anything. I think you're an awesome person, and you've always been very respectful to me. But we've come at an impasse where I'm offended. I'm offended. I feel like this is white supremacy, and I can't stand for it. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry it ended this way. And I just want to say I have the utmost respect for you. But this is white supremacy that I cannot stand for. It's not worth my thoughts.
Well, it's my college degree, it's my rabbinic training.
And I appreciate that. I
I, mean,
appreciate that. But
I would
this,
take your criticism that the reason I was taught this was to uphold an unjust system, and I mean I could actually even see that to say uh, that my training gives me certain access to a system that God forbid is built is the reason why I have to credit these people is to create this unjust system. But saying like, well, this is how I was trained. Like this is what it means to have a university degree. This is what it means. I always mention why like I went to rabbinic school and my rabbis were pretty strict. They're like, no one cares what you think. You need to understand what this sage thought, and if you have any thought in your own head, it's wrong. Get that crap out of your head. And like, I mean, honestly, like, I fought that, but eventually I submitted to the sages and thought that there was some benefit to that, to nullifying my own thoughts in recognition that, but I'm not rejecting, because looking at that to say like, well, yeah, it probably is the system of white supremacy that I was trained in.
yeah,
That it wasn't necessarily the purpose of the only unique purpose of it, but it is part of that system that I was trained in.
yes, and I do appreciate that. But the only way we could move forward is if you told me your thoughts. And we spoke as two men speaking, and a woman. You just weren't speaking, so. But as we could just speak as two men, and like no one else exists in the universe, just us two men having a conversation.
Yeah, I'm not here
That's the
because
only way.
I have a mind. I think, and like like I believe in scientific spirituality, but I'm just trained to think it's more valuable to say what the
It's
recognized
not.
great men said than what
It's,
I said. And
even
so I'm
you're
just
still
trained in
calling them
that
great
method.
men. You're still calling them great men. They're not shit. They're not great men. They're not. They just spoke the shit that they learned from their dad and the people before them and the black people who taught them that. They are not great men. Are the Africans that taught them great men? Are they great men also? Okay, let's stop referring to them
Well, I
as
mean, they
great
probably
men.
were, but it's saying
Okay, listen, we don't need
there's
to
the
deify.
names of the people who are in the buildings near
We
me.
don't need to
There's the
deify
names
anyone.
of the people that
They
granted me
bleed.
access to institutions, and say, well, there's probably great people all over, but I know the great names because when I walk to the corner and there's big buildings, there's names on them.
Yeah, we don't need to deify them, okay? That don't worry about all that. We don't need to deify any other people. They bleed just like I bleed. They shit like I shit. Okay? They
Yeah,
are not
obviously.
great. They are not great. Okay, let's stop deifying people. Okay, let's be two men talking.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm just saying that what allowed me to do good in university and school was this other method.
It's failing you right now. You did good then. It's failing you in this conversation. I'm a black man that's very offended right now. I mean, and it's not your fault, but it's highly offensive. So I mean, I'm telling you the remedy to the situation. To remedy the situation, you must talk to me as a man, one man talking to another man. I mean, because the way you're doing it right now is highly offensive.
Well, I'd say so if there's this group conflict in battle, so I would say that then I have to defend my systems. Okay, God forbid, we're in a state of conflict, and like when I entered the system, I accepted being offended, and eventually, but I'm not sure what you want to use. You want me to stop my quoting of academic subjects that I've trained my mind in for the last 20 years to some sort of like hypothetical. I mean, Jennifer actually thinks more like you do because we have the same debate every week where like basically I'm constantly saying it doesn't matter what you think. You need to train yourself according to what these great minds said.
That is white supremacy. That's very sexist. That's sexist.
Well,
She's
I
a
always
woman
said
who has her own thoughts. She doesn't need any great men. Like, we don't need to defer to these people. She could find the truth herself, and she's great for finding it. Like, these great men, fuck them. I mean, I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, but saying the current state of technology and culture that's built up upon these legacies, and I usually mention that. Like I was just talking earlier about the Royal Society in the 1600s, the 1700s, and I mean the factual. It was just a handful of people. I was mentioning like the blue-eyed man. It was a handful of blue-eyed men that created the modern world, and they probably were white supremacists. I mean, that's historical, but at the same time, they created the modern world that we exist
They did not
in.
create the modern world we're in. The black men created their world. Okay, the black people who existed in Africa, who made Egypt, they set the stage for these white people. Those white people did not build the world we're in. Okay, the first human beings did. The first human beings started building the world we're in, not these white people.
They canonized science.
No, listen, stop deifying these white people. Okay, you stop being you're giving them supremacy. Stop making them so supreme. Just talk.
I actually agree with you in the sense that
Well, then talk to me as
I
a
think
man.
these concepts, like if you're talking about the laws of physics or the equations, that the ideas themselves were discovered, they weren't invented. And but I'm also an engineer, and talking like the metric system
And who started engineering? Who started engineering? When did engineering start?
well, engineering's always been around, but
Okay, so then what the fuck?
it was
Why
canonized
keep on
in
going to white
London
people?
300 years
Okay,
ago.
David, this is so simple. Stop deferring to white people. I don't find them to be as great as you do. You worship them. I do not.
Well, I don't
I don't want
worship
to hear about
Newton.
them. I don't want to hear about them like I don't want to hear about Zeus. I don't want to hear about Zeus. I don't want to hear about Apollo. I don't want to hear about white Greeks. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't have time for it. It's a waste of my time.
But you're not an engineer, though.
Okay, David, this conversation is over.
An engineer.
This conversation is over. Thank you very much for having me. I do respect you, and I do want to end this like with positive energy. But this is I can't do this anymore. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I got to admit it's a little rude. So anyway, Thanks for coming on, and I've got your link in the description, which is to your TikTok. So please, everyone, subscribe.
Yeah, I could bow out if you want to talk to Jennifer a few minutes, or if you want to go.
Okay, well,
really, I have the similar arguments with Jennifer weekly, but I'll bow out a few minutes if you want to stick around and you two have anything to say.
Okay, I mean, if Jennifer has anything to say, I'm happy to listen.
Well, I'm on the topic. I'm surprised it took this direction.
Mhm.
I don't know that I have anything to contribute in particular to this version of the conversation, though I've had my gripes with the way Doovid presents things over the years that line up with what you're saying a lot right now. So
Okay. Well, Jennifer, well, we stand united in this, and I hope David could see that. I mean, it's a serious problem. Okay, but thank you.
yeah,
Thank
I
you
mean,
again for
it's
having me.
like you're taking attack of. Can I ask you a few questions, or do you
Oh,
mind, or like, are you in a rush to head out, or what do you
well,
think?
maybe another 10-15 minutes.
Okay, awesome.
Okay.
So, would you say that the emotional reasoning works?
What emotional reasoning?
Reasoning on the basis of one's own experience.
I don't understand what you mean. Like reasoning on one's own experience.
Well, you're taking issue with Doovid reasoning on the basis of the precedence of the scholastic white supremacy there.
Yes.
And it sounds like you're saying it's better to appeal to something else than those
Well,
kinds of precedents.
oh,
And I was
absolutely.
asking if what I wanted to know was basically to what extent you engage in a more personal angle on things. Because the way I see it is like you can present the facts as more non-personal or more personal, like it really worked really well for me for these reasons, or it's true objectively for these reasons. And I guess I was going to ask you, like, do you have a 50-50 approach with that, or is it more skewed towards one side, and why?
Well, well, thank you for the question. And I would say that the truth stands alone by itself. I mean, we could just talk about what is true. I mean, nobody has to be quoted. No one has to be. We could just talk as two people about what is true. I mean,
Sure.
I don't see what that's how I have conversations. I just talk about what is true.
And do you find people get upset?
No, I have lots of great conversations.
Oh, okay, I guess because I upset people when I talk to them, so it's like you're trying to get an idea of how not to do that
Oh no,
as much.
Jennifer, please. I don't think David had any intent. I am not upset with him at all. It's the content of what he's saying that's offensive, not
Oh,
David at all.
it's not even about that. I think you know you kind of have a point, and I also think David has a point too because he didn't invent the system that he came from, right? So it's like,
Absolutely. And I do not blame him at all. And I really want to make that clear.
I was actually last 2 weeks ago arguing what you're saying, and we were discussing, the statement like is math, you're racist, and I said that it's a current debate in the United States, and the argument you're giving now is, the U.S. is pretty divided, and I don't necessarily claiming true one way or the other. I'm just trained in a certain system, and that's the training that I have, and I'm not using the word truth if I say like, the canon, they try to the canonization process, like, okay, there was a canonization, a bunch of people got together, if they were white supremacists, they probably were to some extent, and they canonized it, and we live under this canonization, and you could either tear everything up or say, well, I'm not going to work with these building blocks, these faulty building blocks, or you have to work with these building blocks. So I mean, even just a note, I was arguing your point a few weeks ago about uh, on this specific point, but at the same time, I am interested in what these Europeans had to say. In the last few months, I've been dedicating almost all of my study to to this canonization process, and part of it necessitates a certain accuracy of history of these ideas. Although I'm not making an assessment on truth like that. Like I don't actually have like a value to say this is true or not true. So
Well,
I'm not disagreeing with you. I say, okay, we make choices in life, and you say my action. So like, okay, like I'm a University of Michigan trained engineer. I'm a student of mathematics and science, and to some extent, the history of math and science is the history of the white man. And but I'm sure that I agree with you. These ideas are universal, and if they're true, they're universal. Um, but I still have this academic method of this historical. Maybe Newton wasn't a bad person, but Newton came up with F equals ma.
Yeah,
Or
no,
maybe he didn't come up with it, saying he discovered it or formulated it, and maybe there were ancient Africans who knew that.
no,
But
no, no, no. He invented it, and like I said earlier, white people have invented lots of great stuff. I love all the stuff that Europeans have invented, and I greatly appreciate them for inventing them. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I appreciate all the stuff that everything that white people have contributed. I appreciate. That's not the point. So you were talking about academics and how I would communicate with academics. Well, what I would say is that academics. So you're Jewish. Academics wouldn't say like positive things about Nazis because they would know that would be offensive to Jews. So what I would ask academics to also know is that when you quote white people for the truth, that is offensive to blacks. Okay, because blacks had it before these white people. So when you're dealing with a black man, please don't quote white people. Please don't deify white people in this way. We don't have a good history.
well, there's two questions. I mean, it relates even to the spirit. Is it a struggle, and God forbid we're on opposite sides, or the universal? Like, okay, like I could look at it and say, like like Israel Palestine, and I think from morally the Palestinians are on the side of right more than the Israelis, but I'm still a Jew. And then even say, well, okay, I could look at it and say, well, I think you're right, um, that morally, or some that the blacks are more on the side of right than the West, but I'm still part of the West. I'm not black.
No, 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 no.
And so
You're not.
if
You're
it
not.
is a struggle, even if I admit that you're right, if it's some sort of group struggle, I'm still part of the opposing group in the struggle. Or can you be like, what does it mean for me to be pro-Palestinian? I'm still Jewish.
No, what I'm saying is that this is basic etiquette. So in basic etiquette, I would not say positive things about Nazis. I would not say something anti-Semitic. What you're doing right now is saying something that's white supremacist. And so just like academics could understand that they offend Jews, academics could also understand that they offend blacks, and they could offend a black intellectual by constantly quoting white intellectuals. I came up with this myself. I didn't study in your schools. I dropped out of school in the ninth grade. Okay, so I didn't study any of the stuff that you're talking about. I don't know these white men. I don't know their philosophy, nor do I care. So when speaking to a black intellectual, please do not credit white people like you're doing. It's offensive. And all I'm saying is just basic etiquette. Just like in the same way, I would have the utmost etiquette for you. I'd have the utmost respect for you. I'm asking for the same level of respect.
Well, I can only quote what I know, though. So I would say
Oh,
that.
okay.
I mean,
Well
you said,
then
okay, quoting
we can't.
Socrates then is offensive, but if that's what I know.
Okay, no, no. If you know what Socrates said, then just say it. You see what I'm saying? Just speak your words. That's what I'm saying. One man speaks to another man. Just speak your words, and we'll figure out what's true and what's not true.
Well, and let's put it
Like,
straight.
these
If we
white
put
men,
it straight,
men
like,
have no authority. These white men have no authority in this conversation.
well,
You see
that's
what
what are we, so to say, is the message to say we, God forbid, we are at war, and to say, well, this is the tradition I'm trained in, and you're coming to wage war against this tradition. So I mean, the wisdom is, I mean, God forbid, um, like you said, that maybe righteousness, maybe the righteous suffer, the wicked prosper, the winner is determined through strength, or maybe you're like the Bhagavad Gita, there's just dharma, and even if I don't really feel like fighting on behalf of the side I'm was born into, I have no choice but to fight on the side of that I was born into, or even if I say, well, I think the side I was born into was wrong. um, what does that information help me? That's still the side that I'm part of.
I mean, I got you. I mean, I don't know what else to say at this point. But I do appreciate being on the show.
Thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it. And sorry about the offense.
Oh, and there's really no need for apologies. I do respect the both of you. There's really no need for apologies. I don't think anyone meant anything. I want the audience to know, I want everyone to know that I respect these two people very much. I respect David very much. Okay?
Thank you so much, and we'll look forward to the next time you come on. Can't wait to hear how your TikTok goes. How long you have that up for?
About 2 weeks now.
Sweet. And well, hopefully, if anyone's interested, they can sub to you. The link is in the comments. Thanks
All right,
again.
thank you. Bye bye.
Bye for now.
Oh yeah, I appreciate you coming on. Yeah, God bless.
Okay, so was there anything from your week in review you wanted to go over?
Well, I tried to cover it all before.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I mean, like, I mentioned that a few weeks ago that the destiny debate on is mathematics racist, and that's why I mentioned part of my statement when I say the blue-eyed man. I'm going to go like in depth onto this what happened with Descartes and Newton and this canonization process that also and the nature of the Royal Society that also, God forbid, did horrible things, enslaved African Americans, created oppressive regimes, but also canonized modern philosophy and science. And if that's in the nature of truth itself, that if you say there's some sort of greater objective truth, because no, I, mean, I agree with Renault. I don't deify Newton or any of these people. I maybe take a Freemasonic approach. And
So you're saying you never cited someone's name to bolster the strength of a claim you made?
Well, I do cite people's name to. Well, I'm not sure if I'm making.
Because I'm not going to lie, I sympathize a lot with the whole. It's pretty annoying to have someone's name crammed down my throat as a somehow justification for their being right. Very theological type of reasoning. Very illogical reasoning indeed.
Well, I would take this somewhat because it's part of the high birth, low birth triggering effect to say, well, there is a reality to high birth and low birth, and what does it mean high birth? So it's that well, you're the king's son, the Royal Society, and
You have a duty to uphold the existing power structure. Is that what you're getting at?
no, you don't have a duty to uphold it, but the existing power structure is factual. So if you're want to revolt against the current, so I mean, if it just you're like, well, what is your current power assessment? And you will, well, how many followers do you have? How much money do you have? What institutions are you in charge of? Uh, I mean, we go over this constantly when I talk about, I mean, like you and Bertrand Russell, and I said um, I mean, you were basically
Yeah,
arguing
that'd
this
be a
thing.
case in point. And I guess I do have a bit of a chip on my shoulder from all the all the times, and I don't attribute that to any one person. It's a composite effect. My bad.
Um, and there are you know different measurements of success, but if you talk about power structures, like I mentioned, like you went to university, and it wasn't you lecturing there. There was someone at the front of the classroom, and there was a power structure. We've talked about this countless times about going to City Hall, and you could go to City Hall and be clueless and have no idea how to navigate it, or you could go to City Hall and be like, "Don't worry, it's my cousin behind the desk there, and I know exactly what to do." Like I was mentioning last week about um, the longitude and latitude system and um, property ownership. Like if Renault wants to buy property, um, I mean, he could try to have his own understanding. Like, well, God gave me the property to declare the property, but if it's registered in the United States, it's going to be registered according to this method that was canonized at the Royal Society. That's going to have the longitude and latitude to declare its location. So, I mean, if you're happy to have taken low birth to not have wealth, to not have property, and you say, well, high and low birth is factual, and say, well, no, I'm a property owner, and my property ownership is based on this system that was canonized by the blue-eyed man. And maybe the wisdom existed in Africa, but my deed or registry of my house is registered with the current government that's built up upon the system that was created in the Royal Society of London. And so that extent, like, these power structures are factual. So that's why I was asking him, well, like, is it war? Is he saying, well, I don't really own my house? Like, maybe he's not going to risk the, like the police or battle to try to usurp what he would consider false ownership of property. But yeah, it's really the property wealth system that is bolstered by the society. And you say, like, yeah, it is probably white supremacist, and like, God forbid, if I'm, because I took high birth in a certain extent, I have benefited from it. I'm a property owner. I have wealth and education within this system, and that is possibly to the exclusion of other people, and it's possibly based on ill-gotten gains, like in universities now in the US, where every time they start some speech, they say, on the Indian tribe's property, that we're occupying territory, property that's not our own. And say, like, no, like, this is my property, I own this house, like, I will fight for it, I will support legal measures that protect my property. It's like, no, no, like, that's occupied land, it's not really your property. And so you can say there's a battle, and the victors of the battle, the um but that's the concept of higher low birth, and the generational acquisition of wealth, and the canonization process. And so I don't know if you just intellectually reject it, or so to say you're opposed to it because I'll accuse you of well, because you took low birth. Like, if you
Are we talking about me now, or just hypothetical you?
well, the hypothetical you, if it was, I mean, if it was you or Renault, in that sense, the same um claim. Obviously, you're not a black woman, but um you say, well, like, you have your ideas, and you don't want to put your idea in respect to Bertrand Russell. You don't like the canonization process, that you have to be filtered through Bertrand Russell or the university system. Um, but if you're going to recognize the reality of the system in place, and you say, well, I don't want to recognize it, I want to fight it. And then to say, well, like, no, like, I just want to, I want to get ahead in the system, and I'm not going to get in his system by fighting it. I'm a landowner now, and I want my property registered to me within the system. I don't want to fight the system that protects my property.
Oh, okay. Well, you're making it sound like you either support every single bit of doctrine associated with Western imperialism, or you've been fighting forever to undermine civilizational stability itself. So it's a bit of
Well,
a
I'd say
false
it's either
dichotomy. I
or.
think it's a bit of a false dichotomy. You do tend
There's
to paint it that
karma.
way sometimes.
No, I believe in karma. And so we say, like, I mean, I don't disagree with Renault. They say there's bad karma, but there's also a canonization process. And say the canonization process is factual. And the canonization process is part of the concept of high and low birth, but there's also karma. So, well, I took high birth, and hypothetically, the king's son took high birth and has all this wealth, but the wealth of the king was acquired through bad karma. The king's son has that bad karma attached to the wealth and position that
All the entire kingdom inherits the bad karma of the king, but sure, the son does too.
well, I'm saying, the 2 points, saying if the king acquired through bad means wealth and property and then bequeath that to his son, the wealth and property are factual. But the bad karma is also factual.
Okay.
And I mean, even if you put like, like, I mean, I said like there's a natural tendency of people that took low birth to hate people who took high birth. In the
So
sense
you can see how saying, you know, the only reason you're opposed to me is jealousy might lead people to disregard your testimony
I
altogether.
didn't use the word jealousy.
Okay, so what's wrong about my portrayal then? What is it?
Well, I mean, say if you say why should I have to suffer? Why do you put it down to if it's why do the righteous, why do the wicked, why do the righteous suffer and the righteous and the wicked prosper?
Okay.
And so if you say, okay, well, why do I have to suffer and work hard? Well, this other person doesn't have to suffer and work hard. And in the sense, if that's talking about, so the historical canonization is factual.
Yes, but how people feel about social institutions may not always be the same. And it's certainly not factual that the only reasonable, good reason to oppose whatever theory is jealousy of the associated social
Why are you using the word
power it has.
jealousy?
Just seems to be
I made the
painted
statement,
that
and I
way.
mean, it's actually Vedic. I didn't say jealous. I didn't say there's a natural tendency for people who took
Yeah,
low
you
birth
said
to be
hate.
jealous. I said hate.
Yeah,
If you
so
want to
I
say
don't actually
related,
like I don't like to use that word, but so I was sort of trying to dial it back to like the cause of the H word, which I
well, if
presume
you
to be
want to say,
jealousy.
if you want to
So
put it
if it's not
natural,
jealousy, then what is it? Like it's
I
some
mean,
sort of
I'd have to look for the quote, but it might even be stronger. Is that the natural tendency of those who took low birth to desire to kill those who took high birth? And I'm pretty sure it's a Vedic statement. I have to see the exact quote, but it's not jealousy. It's saying it's even higher that there's a natural tendency for people who took low birth to desire to kill those who took high birth, and it's not just something modern. That's universal in all cultures and all times. Um, so if you want to consider that dialing it back to jealousy, it may even be inaccurate that there's no connection to
so it's just hatred. Blind hatred.
well, say you go. I mean, say God forbid you're the country girl with the high IQ. So when you go to the city, none of that's yours. That's other people. Okay, you took low birth. You're a country girl with a high IQ, and when you go to the city, that's all owned by not you. And that,
Uh-huh.
is my point about, well, it's true. There's, when I go to the corner, there's a building there and it has a name on it, and it's not me. It's not my name on it. And whoever's name is on the building on the corner took higher birth than me.
Yeah, so you're kind of presupposing your own value system that people see things in terms of high and low birth and that it would occur to them, It sounds like jealousy to me, but you're saying it's
I don't
not.
know why you're
Okay.
throwing in jealousy.
Well, it's someone has something I don't have. It seems to be what you're describing. Isn't that the mechanism of jealousy?
I mean, you have to define jealousy. You're saying jealousy is just someone having something you don't have.
Wanting, in theory, something someone else has and you don't, I guess. I mean, I never thought to break the concept down. It seems pretty self-evident. But yeah, I don't know what you're exactly driving at, if not that. There was a question a while back from Anders there for a definition for structure. So the way that I'm explaining it is that you start with a definition of an object, which is a fixed boundary, and a structure is that which could appear as an object. So it's the material version of an object because there's no material objects. So yeah, I wouldn't really classify myself as a country girl, to be honest, but I can see what Doowovid is saying. It's more of commentary on like attitudes and social norms. And I mean, there's a saying with like, I think in Canada, the way to describe it is upper middle class. And that doesn't just refer to money or holdings or anything like that. It's a lifestyle also. So it's a certain amount of wealth and another, and this sort of cultural, more abstract element.
Well, it's separate from truth. I mean, so
That's
that is not agree with you, no.
that's a philosophical conversation. So we're talking about conventional truths. Truth in the absolute sense, that's a philosophical question, and that's sort of, to me, I was saying the other day, like I think truth is religious concept.
I mean, it's like Gauss, who took very low birth, but eventually ended up within the Royal Society. I was mentioning Faraday, who relatively took low birth and still ended up a ranking member of the Royal Society. But they were all, so to say, Anglo-British citizens. Like Gauss took low birth as a European man. He came from a poor family, but he was still, I mean, I think Gauss was German, but so for a German man, he took low birth, was in poverty, and didn't have the opportunity for classical education like people who took higher birth, but he was still a European, as opposed to Ramanujan, who you'll say he took low birth in India, even like he didn't he um, even in India relatively he took low birth, but still he ended up at the Royal Society. And then
He
you
was
say,
a
well,
Brahmin. How is that taking low birth?
in terms of
In terms of your views on it, but in
well, in
terms of
terms
his
of
own
monetary,
countrymen, he would have been taking high birth from the perspective of his own countrymen.
well, I mean, he was poor.
Irrelevant.
Well, it was relevant. I'm saying, like in his
Maybe from
biography.
your colonialist, white supremacist perspective, but not mine. I'm much
No,
more in
in his
line with
own biography,
reality and
his
truth
lack
and
of money
facts.
played
And
a crucial.
defining money as a sign of high birth, that's a Western hegemonic white supremacist notion, isn't it? Yes.
I mean, possibly, but it's in
He
terms of
was
his.
a Brahmin. Why don't you just put it that way?
But he still was not able to pursue his mathematics due to lack of finance.
He was the one who was teaching math, so I think you kind of got the causality all mixed up in there. People were asking what kind of cows I had. I'm not really that much of a country girl. He means it in the sense that I don't know anything about managing intergenerational wealth in the associated culture due to being from working class parents.
Yeah, I mean, if you give I talked quite a bit the last few weeks about Descartes and say, well, yeah, it's very possible that there were many people who had thought of these things before Descartes. There's also the written records. I mentioned Socrates in one of the first people in the written record. So, I mean, certainly there were probably many people all over the world who thought many of the things before Socrates, but it's not in the written record. And Socrates was the head of an academy. So, I mean, not only it's recorded, it's known.
Recorded by Christians who said a guy rose from the dead after being dead for 3 days.
Was Socrates? I mean, that's
Socrates is a hero to Christians and could be argued to be a proto-Jesus type figure. But keep on telling yourself he was historical.
I'm not so sure that Socrates is a hero to Christians. I mean,
well, it's
he
not
doesn't
so
write-
much about opinion, because when cults are about emotional self-deception, they're not going to have a lot of self-awareness, are they? Of course not.
No, I don't. I mean, I'm not Christian, but I don't think I hear Christians talking too much about Socrates.
The Socratic method.
Yeah, but that's remnant of Greek culture, the university system.
That was picked up by Christianity, I think. Yes, that's right.
No, they adopted, they kept. I mean, university is Greek.
Distinction
It's
without
not,
a difference.
well, no, the university is a Greek system. It's not a
Hmm.
Christian system.
Okay, you can keep saying that for all time. Doesn't make it the case. I went
Well,
to
it
Ottawa
doesn't.
U, and there's a placard up there, a metal placard talking about the monks who founded the school. Did I hallucinate that?
Well, if it goes to the academy, so I
Yeah.
mean,
So anyway, it's obvious that Socrates is a hero to Christians. To deny that is lunacy.
yeah, I mean, I think you're inaccurate on that one.
The Socratic method dominates in the West. You could argue, might argue that it's responsible partially for Western cultural hegemony.
Well, that's
I mean, the
probably
Christians
inaccurate.
look at how the
The
Christians
Socratic
argue
methods,
in terms of the historical development of these arguments, like undermining the pagans via the Socratic method.
yeah, but that's the unfortunate part where, I mean, you're really from the same school as
Oh,
um,
now you want to say that I'm exactly the same, and that's really not going to help advance the conversation either.
well, you're the same school as Renault on that, where you're.
Yeah, you can't help yourself, can you? Like say the most insulting thing possible sometimes.
Well, I don't mean it as an insult, but it's saying that where you're basing it just on your own
You should know
thought,
that's
without
insulting.
without scholarship, without study of the history, that's largely inaccurate. The Socratic method is part of the university system. It's not part of
That was
Christianity. It's only
instituted
part.
by Christians. Western civilization is a Christian institution. You can't dissuade me from that. Uh, it's literally in the history of these schools. They were founded by Christians.
No, it's Greek. The university is based on on the academy, and the university is Greek. The
Like,
Socratic
aren't you
method.
studying Neoplatonism right now? Like, that's what we're talking about is the Christians taking Greek ideas for their political ambitions.
Well,
The
no, I mean, it doesn't
Socratic
have
method
much
is
to
one
do
of the
with
major
scholarship.
Greek ideas they appropriated for the propagation of a Christian religion.
Um,
You
I
know, it's
mean,
funny because like you think you can argue
as
against
opposed
this,
to
but it's
Renault,
still happening today. It's like, yeah, if obviously it's true, it's still happening today. How could it not be true? I'm literally just going based on my own observations here. Empiricism, bros.
well, yeah, I mean, you're probably just going off of observation as opposed to study, as opposed to academic research, and that's why you're inaccurate, because your observations are.
I go based on logic rather than propaganda, and therefore I'm wrong.
Well, you're probably wrong, because
I'm probably wrong according to who?
according to an accurate assessment of
An
reality in the
accurate
historical
assessment that
record.
is deemed accurate by virtue of power and nothing else.
I mean, God forbid that. I mean, just pointless to you know clarify your ignorance. The Socratic method is not part of Christianity. I mean, some
Oh,
Christians
okay.
use it, have incorporated it. It's part of the university system. The university system is part of Christianity, but is based on the Greeks. It's based on things that existed before Christianity and was incorporated uh, into the West.
By Christians.
Almost everybody in Europe was Christian.
Yeah, because it's an imperialist totalitarian religion that advances its doctrines through the Socratic method.
Yeah, I don't think so. I'm saying the Socratic
Well, it's
method is
obviously
something
not
that,
going to be like, oh, well, I'll give you a citation for that. It's like, it's not exactly the most flattering rendition.
but I mean, Socratic method is just something that's used in the academy. That power is advanced through your war and laws. The Socratic method is just something used among intellectuals in the academy, at the university, and the academy and university is Greek in origin.
To maintain the power of the
I
Orthodox.
mean, you're implying intention.
You're implying that it exists independently of intention. Which one's more realistic, I wonder?
Well, yours is. I mean, certainly mine is.
The lack of
I
a
think there are less
the
assumptions.
lack of a non-intention is computationally equivalent to an intention.
I mean, you have to assume that the intention was power as opposed to the continuation of a system towards academic rigor, towards striving for truth, towards philosophy, that the intention of the Socratic method was
Well, if there was,
power.
if that actually worked, if the
I
Socratic
mean,
method
really,
got you to
the
truth, there'd
universities,
be some evidence for it.
well, I mean, the first universities incorporated by the Christians were medical schools. So you're saying that medicine was incorporated for the purpose of power?
How much money is the medical industry again?
I mean, currently, or when the university system
The point is that
was.
it's a arguably significant chunk of a economy, so obviously there'd be a motive to want to control it. I'm not saying that's how I look at everything. I think that there's any one model fails. And then there's several sub-models, you might say, that help looking at history in different granularities. And in this case, it's important to have the conversation because part of the problem is the absolutist binary thinking. Like you're either total allies or total enemies, and there's no in between. And that's hyperpolarizing mentality, emotional, reasoning. I don't think it's sustainable. People can think of whatever they want about it, but I just don't think that it. I mean, let's look at where we are now. We've got the metaphysical assertion that physicality is all that exists. And no one thinks that's necessarily self-refuting as a concept, which means they don't understand the concept at all. So
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of sounding nonsensical, and I can't even really make out a logic to what you're saying.
okay, where'd I lose you?
When we go back to, like, if you're trying to make some sort of point about
The point is that there needs to be
Christianity,
nuance. There needs to be a nuance
goal.
to
I mean, if your
Christianity
logic
caused
is
this
that,
crazy binary thinking with Aristotle and Socrates. That's causing the problems now, and we've got to back away from that and try something more nuanced. Is my essential thesis.
well, Aristotle and Plato.
Aristotle and Socrates. Plato is a different story. Obviously, there's issues with Plato, but they're of a different nature.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if you were. I mean, if you just had some postulate that you're claiming that.
The Socratic method presupposes that language conveys meaning and that falsification is obtained through contradiction. Two completely unempirical presumptions that can actually be falsified quite easily anecdotally. So that's a concern. None of this make any sense?
I don't think so.
That's
I mean,
weird.
if you're, because the Socratic method is a teaching method, it's not a logical method. You're talking like Aristotelian propositional logic. Um, the Socratic method is just a teaching method. And there's a university system
Teaching what?
uses the Socratic method, but the Socratic method is not a philosophy. It's not even a system of logic. It's a method
It's an
to
epistemology.
help students learn.
It's an
It's
epistemology.
not even
Okay.
an it's an educational method.
Oh, sure.
Well, it's really all it is.
And
The
how do you
Socratic method
justify
is
it
just,
exactly? Oh, right, you can't justify it.
why don't justify an educational method if it works or not?
Well, it doesn't work though. That's the whole thing. You just said you didn't understand what I said. If you were properly educated, you'd have understood what I said.
Yeah, I mean, now you're, God forbid, you're attacking me for.
Well, I can understand ideas if
because you
I
don't
don't
make any
agree with
sense.
them. I can understand ideas even if I don't agree with them. I can understand them. No problem. I can repeat them. It's not an issue, but it's not going to change the fact that I don't agree with them.
I mean, to some extent, Renault's position even makes more sense than yours.
What's hard to follow about my position exactly? That there's a problem with the hardcore extremist binary logic that comes out of the Aristotelian and Socratic paradigm, because it causes people to reason too much based on emotions and not have nuanced enough perspectives. Are you really saying that makes no sense? To me, it makes perfect sense. Nothing could really make more sense than that, in my opinion. Are you saying it makes you don't take any information from that assertion at all?
Well, I could take information from it. I just when you say these words, I understand something different than your fixation on the Socratic method or some sort of implication to some sort of conclusion of the West you're making. It doesn't follow to me. Even the logic is hard to put together, and your method for arguing it. I mean, it doesn't seem to follow directly Aristotelian propositional logic. Yeah, I could try to dissect or deconstruct your argument, but I'm not even sure it's dissectable or deconstructible.
Yeah, exactly. You're basically saying I can't think outside of the Aristotelian paradigm. You're basically proving my point. Sorry. I mean, I could belabor it forever. It's just like I have a hard time thinking inside the Aristotelian paradigm. I think anyone who's studied computer logic can agree that it's pretty hard. I mean, maybe it's intuitive to some people the way math is kind of intuitive to some people, but I still think you gotta like work at it. Get that stuff all sorted out. I certainly have no particular insight there. John says it's a dialectical diatribe used to teach law students how to argue and reason. That's an interesting description. I guess I'm thinking more in terms of philosophy.
You got Samish in the chat saying the dichotomy of low and high birth is not very good conceptual definition, let alone using it for operational measurement. No one. Well, high and low birth is part of religion. I mean, Judaism. I mean, that's really our tradition. Judaism refers to high and low birth. It's a spiritual concept because it's related to the good and evil and the righteous suffering and the wicked prospering. So it's not an academic concept. I don't think you I mean, you'll hear biographies. That there's always biographies. As I mentioned, that everyone knows that Gauss was poor. They wouldn't use the expression Gauss took low birth because that's more a religious statement than an academic statement. Even philosophically, I don't think you're going to find a concept of low or high birth because usually that implies some sort of karma or intentionality to differences. I mean, you might have a concept that people had resources and it benefited them, or people lacked resources, but that would never be put in terms of high or low birth because generally that's a religious connotation. The high or low birth is some form of reward or punishment that would be outside of the bounds of academia. And it's mostly used in Hinduism related to the concept of reincarnation, that high or low birth is related to karma, but also it's Judaic. But I mean, try to separate these and just try to be accurate about the quotation of other people's ideas and understanding of other people's ideas.
Like how saying that a Brahmin is low birth would be like kind of Western chauvinism.
Well, if it's saying a different conception, it's saying, well, if he's Brahmin, he's by definition within Hinduism, high birth, even if he's poor and uneducated. Some of this different conception of
Well, how
what it
much time did
means.
he spend studying Vedas? You're saying he's uneducated. Maybe he didn't go to a Western indoctrination propaganda center. Sure, he was
Well, I don't
recruited
even
by
think he
one
was
though.
highly educated in the Vedas. He just happened to have a gift for mathematics, and he couldn't afford the advancement of his own education. He had to do menial jobs to support. I believe he was married and had to support his wife, and wasn't able to study mathematics. And I mean, he's saying that if he was a Brahmin, it didn't. It might have given him certain advantages, but
The
it didn't.
point is that saying that he took low birth is extremely not representing the facts accurately
Was say he took relatively low birth
relative to the West.
relative to the Royal Society of London,
All
where he
right,
eventually ended up.
all right, in the sense that the British were plundering India. I guess you're right.
Well, I'm saying relative to Humphrey Davies, or like relative to someone that's, as a child, knew about it, and it was educated to become a member when they you within the Western system. You weren't born into the Royal Society. You had to pay dues or get nominated, but as opposed to someone who took high birth in London, that someone had an inherited member. I mean, the Royal Society was Masonic, so you couldn't have inherited membership into it besides for the king, who was automatically the patron of the organization. But you couldn't inherit membership. You had to pay your dues, and you had to be nominated by other members. But people who took high birth, that went through the typical education that people in London took high birth, that would have led to becoming a member of the Royal Society, as opposed to everything Ramanujan had to go through just to get to the Royal Society. And I mean, the Royal Society obviously was hard for anybody. There weren't really, I don't think there were really slackers in the Royal Society. That all the people had some form of accomplishment. You didn't really have slackers running around, but you definitely had people that took high birth, that went through relatively less than someone like Ramanujan had to go through to get to the Royal Society. And if you look at it, like, Ramanuja had to work to support his own mathematical education, as opposed to, someone took high birth and whose parents supported their education. I was looking at like Newton's biography. Newton took medium birth, so when he went to Trinity, he had to work, but he still had parental support, but he had to do a little bit of work. And that meant like his stepfather had like notebooks. He had at least notebooks from his stepfather, and he had a little bit of money. He was able to buy books, and as opposed to someone who would have had to work just for room and board, for books. You're saying, would Newton have been able to become Newton if he didn't have inherited money to buy books with? So, Ramanujan did not have those luxuries. Um, he didn't have really access to books. He had to work doing menial labor to support his wife, and he was almost forced out of mathematics due to his poverty. So I'm going to call that relative low birth, yeah, as opposed to a lot of people in the Royal Society, like Thompson, never had to work a day in his life, had huge facilities and finances to do experiments. I mean, he took high birth and chose it to dedicate it towards intellectual endeavors, but he was not required to have a profession. He had facilities and the finances to advance his studies, like Tahu Brahi, who had responsibilities, but took high birth, was a nobleman, and was able to build one of the largest observatories and even pay for Kepler to work for him. So I mean, these things are the high and low birth. The terminology is controversial because it's karmatic in nature, but the biographies are factual. Like Kepler applied to work for Brahe because he needed the money. He didn't take high birth and he wanted to study science and he had to work for somebody else. Faraday had to work for Humphrey Davies. Humphrey Davies was a good mentor, and Humphrey Davies paid for Faraday to go on an 18-month tour of Europe touring science. But because Faraday took lower birth, he was a schlepper and a lab hand for years for Humphrey Davies, as opposed to Humphrey Davies took high birth. He did not have to work as a lab hand. He had access to facility and money to purchase all this stuff due to his high birth.
So why not just say being born rich rather than this inflammatory language that implies that because you're rich, you're better than other people?
You used the word bad. I didn't imply he was better than somebody, but better than other people.
High birth and low birth implies better and worse. I don't really care how you want to
What he's
spin
saying
that.
is he had better karma. Say that he had better karma. He took high birth because he had better
So
karma.
why
Didn't
use
mean he's
that?
a better
Why use
person.
inflammatory language versus just he was born into wealthy circumstances? That's factual. The way what you're doing is you're putting this spin on it, which makes it seem less true.
No, that's just as inflammatory. Saying the person was born
Oh my
wealthy.
god, it's a factual statement. If someone's born with money, that's circumstantial. That's a factual statement. Whether that what that money represents, that's a value judgment.
Yeah, saying that's the translation. I mean, even in British society, that was what high birth meant.
Yeah, so why not just say
I mean,
because everybody not everybody agrees with that, why not just say and be specific as to what you're
it was
referencing?
actually somewhat more
You're born into wealthy
meant to be
circumstances.
more friendly to say a person was
No,
born into
high birth
poverty.
implies I'm better than you. That's what it says. Born into wealthy circumstances is just a statement of fact. It's like yeah, people might get jealous, but it's it's not like whatever.
Well,
It's just
I
how
don't
it
know
is
why
what it
you're
is.
drawing. It doesn't imply better or worse. God judges
It
people.
definitely does. So no one agrees that saying high birth and low birth doesn't imply better or worse.
Well, yeah, I mean, it implies that God took more favor upon one person than the other, that they were born
Exactly. So
in a better
try to
but I mean,
equate money.
that's
Try to
not
equate
implied
money
by
to
the
favor.
statement. That's
You're
implied by the
try
birth
you
itself.
you're
That's not implied
it's
by the statement. That's a
try to
factual part of birth.
trying to equate money to favor with God is what it is. And not everyone agrees with that. So it's inflammatory for that reason because you're not just stating facts, you're putting a spin on it. That
What your birth
actually God has favor on me because money. That's not something everyone is going to agree with. I'm sure
Well, I mean,
Ramanujan
money's
wouldn't
not
agree
the
with
only
that.
part of high birth. If say, oh, the person was born intelligent, the person was born with a high IQ, that's inflammatory in the same statement. So if you said the person took high birth, I mean the person has natural gifts, as opposed to another person who, God forbid, they were born retarded, they were born handicapped. So the expression, how you want, if you want to classify or number it, that there's some element of higher or lower birth on desirable or undesirable life situations and outcomes, and that use the whole gamut of what makes higher or lower birth. Finances is just one of them. There's just making the point of Ramanujan. Obviously had incredible intellectual gifts. I mean, he may have been a Brahmin, but he was born I mean, relatively, he may not even, consider, say in poverty. So compared to people in his area, he may not have been, um, more impoverished than others, but compared, there's a relativistic situation to it. But I mean, the point is that the birth itself is inflammatory. The terminology is not what's inflammatory.
Uh, it
The
is.
fact that Elon Musk has kids
And
that
by the way,
have,
I didn't say anything about IQ because IQ
if I said, oh,
presupposes
Elon Musk kids took high
invoking
birth,
IQ presupposes
Bill
I
Gates,
accept
Bill Gates,
IQ as actually indicative of intelligence, which I don't.
it's the actual situation that's inflammatory. Say that, um, I was born into slavery, or another person was born into aristocracy. That in itself is what's inflammatory. It's not the word that you use to describe it. So it was like, oh, I don't care that I was born to slavery and this person was born to aristocracy. I just care that you use the word high or low birth. No, it's the actual situation of birth that's inflammatory.
Who knows? That at that point you're mind reading. I'm just saying that it seems like you're being intentionally incendiary to use that language. To some people. I'm not even saying I feel that way. I just know other people would.
Um,
I mean, look at the people in the chat. They don't agree with you. And sometimes the cheese does have to stand alone. You know, God knows that I've said stuff that no one's agreed with vis-a-vis evolution, etc. Try to change that framework to make it more conducive to actual knowledge, right? And sometimes you will have a situation. I mean, my point is that everyone disagreeing with you doesn't mean you're wrong. That's a democratic fallacy, right?
well, I
However, in
think
this case,
they're
I
not
am
inflamed by
shocked
my
that you
words.
can't even make a tiny bit of a concession that I may have a point here.
Well, I mean, you may have a point that, but my point is, it's not.
I find it's like I never talk to people that way. I don't even like people can tell me about their circumstances. I don't necessarily need to know about them though if they just want to focus on ideas. So to me, it's like weird idea to think of that mattering to some extent. What matters is a person's facility with ideas and concepts. That's my opinion.
Yeah, but we talk about the canonization process in something like the Royal Society, even like
You're
University of
also
Michigan.
talking about a basis of associated concepts.
Yeah, so the basis of the canonization process is that it's canonized by people who took high birth. So you say,
Okay. So
okay,
by virtue of being in the scholastic environment or part of that institution implies high birth. I don't think that's a common belief in the West. In the West, the idea is that you can go to school based on your own merits and get success.
well, I mean, there's a concept of meritocracy, but it's factually Harvard, Yale, even University of Michigan, probably about half of the people at
So it kind of
universities.
goes against the idea, like the idea that you can go to school to get educated, to get status, goes against the idea of high birth in the first place. Because if it was all high birth, there'd be no way to get status if you weren't born with it. That's where I'm sort of like blown away that you would want to use this framing that it's
No, I
like,
mean, because you're
it's
you're
so
you're using all
inaccurate.
these illogical fallacies. You're not following and saying that in these elite institutes, about half of the people who make up the institutes are people that took high birth. And so in the Royal Society, it was the Royal Society because it was the Royal Society. Half of the people that made up the institute were people who took high birth. They were nobility.
Doovid means rich people, by the way.
No,
That's
no, I
all.
mean it was the Royal Society because I mean the vast majority of royalty are rich also. But I mean the Royal Society wasn't just rich. You had to that it was royalty. So that the king, it was chartered by the king, it was supported by the nobility and the royalty, and then you also had like Newton, like took somewhat high birth. He came from a landed family with money, but he wasn't nobility. He wasn't royal blooded. It was the Royal Society when you get there's people who are royal blooded, and that's a trump on just wealth. So in the U.S., I mean, there is royalty in the U.S., but they don't have any official positions like the charter of the Royal Society. But University of Michigan, about half of the students come from the top 10%, the children of the top 10%. If you go to Harvard, it's more like 1%. So if you look at the people who go to Harvard, uh, I don't know the exact demographics, but 30-50% are the children of the top 1%. And Yale, all of the elite institutions, the more elite it is, the more it's made up of people who took high birth. There's also meritocracy where you have, so if Harvard makes up, uh, there's, let's say 30% of the people took low birth, that they worked hard. But I mean, it's not even like that really, that it's less than that. But a certain amount of the people worked hard and are on scholarship, and their parents are not able to pay for their tuition, and they have no economic uh, background. However, it doesn't change the fact that the majority or a plurality of the people there took high birth, and they're not necessarily just there because they took high birth in this. Okay, Doovid took relative high birth. I went to University of Michigan. My parents are university educated people, a doctor and lawyer. So like I relatively that there's people who took much higher birth than Doovid, but that I went to university, it's more likely because my parents went to university. My parents had the money to get me a good education and to pay for tuition. I didn't necessitate a scholarship. There's a lot of people that do necessitate a scholarship. Um, if you look at like a community college near me, or like a community college, much less people took high birth. Like a vast majority of the people took mid to low birth, and even the lower tier university, like Michigan, Michigan State, Central Michigan, um, and you compare. I mean, you could argue what the best metric is to measure higher or lower birth, but whatever that metric is, uh, if it's IQ, if
Well,
it's
I think it's
clinical,
almost a taboo concept because it goes against the common myth of a meritocracy, frankly. I mean, you really think
no, it
like
doesn't go against
you
the
may
fact that
be you may be a victim of self-selection of an intellectual circle to a degree that's like, I don't want
no, I
to say
mean
touch grass, but
meritocracy doesn't mean that the children of the elite are not going to outperform uh, everybody else. If it's like SAT scores, so it's like it's
whether
meritocratic.
that's true or not, it still goes against sensibilities.
It
It's
doesn't go
not a
against sensibility. It's saying
It's
you
not
have to
the
be.
high birth, low birth thing is not a politically correct concept. Evidence, the chat right now. Every time the high birth, low birth, every time you heptuple down on high birth, low birth, chat doesn't agree with you.
I don't really disagree. I'm saying they're just upset at their low birth. I mean, saying it's a natural status for the. I mean, the actual statement is for the low birth to desire to kill the people who took high birth. The hate that
So
you
do you
like
see how
water
that's a
down to
really
jealousy.
like extremist framing in a sense?
No, it's not extremist.
It's
Just to say
pretty
that
to
the
me
fact
it
that
is sounds pretty dang extremist because it's like one or the other. That's the only option. Total
I mean,
agreement or
saying like
total
you're so
defiance.
upset at Elon Musk's children that you use extreme levels of self control to control your desire to kill Elon Musk's children. God forbid.
Like that just sounds, completely unevidenced, borderline sociopathic. It's like
I mean, the
there's
meritocracy doesn't change the
the
fact that the
rate,
children.
as high as murder rates are in some parts of the world, they're actually not that high anywhere. Which
Well, because there's a
substantiates we're
legal
just
system,
not that
just because
violent.
people desire
Oh
doesn't mean
yeah,
they can
because
carry it out.
everybody's got the foresight, you know, to not commit crimes on the basis of a legal system, even though the evidence doesn't support that at all.
One, because they fear punishment. They fear getting caught in punishment.
Sure, they don't have enough foresight to not commit a crime, but they do have enough foresight to fear punishment. That's a contradiction.
Well, and they might have means to, let's say, the natural. I mean, you got to separate these things because, I mean, it was just a merry-go-round of these same points. But if you just separate it to meritocracy, that even in a meritocratic system, for example, like doctors, a significant amount of doctors are going to be the kids of doctors. A significant amount of the wealthy are going to be the kids of wealthy, and it doesn't detract from meritocracy. It's you could look at it as nature or nurture. That if it's genetic, whatever led this person to meritocratically excel, those genetics were passed on to their children that also led them to meritocratically excel. Or if it's nurture, that the person that achieved was more able to teach their children what it takes to achieve also.
I know, but you're like still going against my
And so we
points. Like
separate
you're
this.
arguing against common sense. That's a losing battle. I don't take a if I was
No, you're
offended
arguing
by
against
every
common
common
sense.
sense opinion, I'd be
And you
upset
say,
all the
okay, like
time.
if you want to say, well, anybody could get into Harvard, it would say,
That's not what
well,
I'm saying. I'm saying there's a myth of meritocracy that dominates in the West. It's a thought current that the average person with no associated information would find your comments, characterizations, circumstances to be inflammatory.
um, well, I think they find reality to be inflammatory.
Whether
That they're
that's true
naturally
or
that they're
not,
naturally
whether that's
inflamed.
true or not, I
It's
think
not my
people can
comments
tell.
that are
I think people
inflammatory.
can tell if you're trying to break a hard truth to them gently or if you're trying to shove something in their face out of, who knows what. And it just kind of seems like, you don't need to phrase it that way because I know because I've never phrased it like that. High birth, low birth. It's not that I don't understand those considerations to some extent that they are important to a lot of people. It's just that I don't see it that way. And I've talked to a lot of people and I don't think they see it that way either. Because it's like it's not it's kind of silly to say to the poor know that they're poor, but you got to admit in the United States there's a lot of fanfare with regards to the possibility of what can be achieved through, I don't want to say capitalism, but the American dream. And I'm
Yeah,
not
that doesn't
saying
have any
that you're
bearing
not in,
on.
I'm not saying you're not entitled to have some sort of a go at the conventional
But you say
rules.
you're achieving. If you took low birth, you're achieving what other people already have. So in meritocracy, you could work hard and you could achieve, but the reality of high birth is that what you've achieved, there will be other people that already have what you achieved, and some of those people that
What?
already have what you achieved will be people that inherited it or that had an easier time getting it.
But the only thing worth achieving is enlightenment from your own perspective, and no one can ever know that for anyone else but themselves. But anyway,
I wouldn't even call these harsh realities of the world. They're almost self-evident. So
Victoria
okay,
says not only are they inflammatory, but they're incorrect.
we say like
I don't want to
you
go to
could.
that extent because I think portraying people's opinions, personal opinions, as incorrect is itself sort of totalitarian in a way that I don't really want to
It's
embrace
really
that.
scientific in the sense that's part of the canonization process. It's part of the science of Freemasonry. I mean, that's why Freemasonry probably has all the statements about the death penalty because of the inflammatory nature or the secret society where these things are revealed. But I mean, it's meritocratic in the sense that you could work really hard and become a millionaire, but that doesn't mean that there's going to be that your achievement won't be shared by other people that maybe didn't have to go through the same process that they did, in the sense that you could, if you took low birth, you could meritocratically work really hard and become a multimillionaire, but that's not going to change the fact that there's someone else who didn't work really hard and has the same multi-million dollars through inheritance.
And
And
so, why draw
no,
attention? If that's a fact, why draw attention to it?
what you're saying, well, you don't want to draw attention because
I'm saying that drawing attention to it through your choice of words comes across as a hostile intention. Whereas it's like, okay, for example, when you called, I can't remember who you called Noam Chomsky a conspiracy theorist. To me, that was like, okay, maybe it's bait to get a conversation going where it's like inflammatory, but it's like, if you want to have that method work, you can't just use it all the time. It only works in very small amounts. So I'm
No,
asking you, what's your strategic reason for using this particular inflammatory language to describe this particular
almost,
phenomenon? It really seems pointless and almost like intentionally
no, I mean,
like trying to start an argument.
The only reason there's a Royal Society is because people took high birth. So there's a reality of building off of previous generations, and what's built off of previous generations is not equally distributed. And when you have something like Harvard, the Royal Society, it is not equally built off of everybody. It's disproportionately built off of the previous generations of elites. The only reason you could have the Royal Society is because there's a bunch of people that have high birth, that have a status where they didn't have to work and struggle, and were able to either have large sums of money. I mean, like the Royal Society started with money from the crown. That the ultimate high birth at the time is the royalty, and that the royalty could set aside a building, a charter, and money, and then also that there were people that could just afford the dues. So it was like Newton, he had to work. There were people who took high birth and just had the money. So it's like, oh, we're making the Royal Society of Science, and a bunch of people were like, oh, sure, I took high birth, I have a bunch of money, that's interesting. And then there were a bunch of other people that had to acquire membership through hard work, but it necessitated high birth. In the same sense, like University of Michigan, the reason University of Michigan exists is because of the accrued efforts of the previous generation, people who took high birth, that set aside an institution like this. And so if you want to forward certain ideas, that's within the Freemasonry also, you have the collection of karma, and the collection of karma comes in the form of high birth, in the sense like, well, I want to do something and it's going to cost a lot of money. Well, where are you going to get that money from? Well, not from you. You don't have it. I'm going to get that money from people who took high birth. Well, how do they have that money? Well, they took high birth. Their parents acquired that money, and through the acquisition of that money, they created a life you call better, easier for that person than the average person. That's the definition of high birth, and that's why these institutions like the Royal Society existed. That's why you have Newton, the great mind, who had to work for it. I mean, he took medium high birth, but he had to work for it, and he had to acquire membership among people who didn't have to work as hard for it. But the reason why there was something to go to was because there were people who took high birth. The reason why you were able to go to University of Ottawa is because there's people who took high birth.
People who had enough money to build the University of Ottawa. Is that what you mean?
That there was an institution center for, let's, theoretically, someone like you who meritocratically earned your entrance. But the institution was there not because of people like you who meritocratically earned your entrance. It was there because people who took high birth wanted an institution to train their children with the important skills that is necessary for the elites. And you who are trying to enter the elite go to the institution that was largely designed for people who took high birth but opens it up to meritocracy. But meritocracy, to some extent, necessitates high birth, because like meritocratic towards what? Meritocratic towards uh,
Uh,
what other people already
status,
have by birth.
status.
Yeah, but status only exists due to high birth.
Claim without any evidence. But anyway, status is about accomplishments partly.
Even status, like you could have been a country girl with a high IQ, and
Here we go again.
in
Do you have any idea?
meritocratic.
Like at this point, you're kind of starting to deceive the audience. It's like, I understand your point, but I'm not that much of a country girl. Like I've lived in pretty city-ish environments forever.
But you don't have inherited status or wealth.
That doesn't make me a
Or
country girl.
your
I
parents,
could be just a city person
or you're
who's
saying
been
you
poor
didn't
for
go to school on
generations.
scholarship. I mean, you didn't take such low birth, or did you go to school on scholarship?
Well, the Canadian system doesn't really work like that so much. Like, it's not that expensive to go to school. It's subsidized quite a bit, so not really the same.
But what wasn't subsidized? Your parents paid for. I mean, if you don't want to give your it's a level
See, that's the
of
thing. Like, you're presupposing, like, the whole thing. It's like, I'm surprised you couldn't even take the point. The whole point is, like, question the presupposition that money is what confers status. But I guess it's like, that point's not getting made.
money is the most measurable.
Like, okay, but are you asking how much money my family has, or are you asking what my status is? Because I understand those things completely differently. Because like I was saying earlier in the chat, there's this thing called upper middle class, and it's not just about money. In Canada, at least,
Well,
it's
there's
not
levels.
just about
It's
money.
like a
There's
status
people who
that
could
can
have
be-
a ton of money, okay, and not be considered upper middle class because it's partially a cultural thing. Okay,
there could
that's my point.
status that's bequeathed upon you by your parents.
All
And there
right.
could be levels, like if you're, I mean, you could have some level of status, like saying, like I mentioned, a lot of people, their father was a teacher, and saying, well, that's some level of status. It may not be monetarily that much, but there's some status, like, oh, my father's a teacher, my father's a doctor. So I mean, as a doctor, it's not that much of, it's upper middle class, but doctor is not much of a huge, wealth. But there's status to a doctor, and that could be bequeathed upon their children, and also education. Okay, well, why do I know all this stuff? Because my dad had a big library. Oh, my dad gave me this book. My dad had mentioned this to me when he was young, because my dad had a good education, and this information was readily available to me. And there's other elements of wealth. Saying, okay, like you could have, your father could be a landlord or have some business that doesn't require educational status but had large sums of money, like Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner, like, so in that sense, it's not obviously Jared Kushner's family had exponentially more wealth than mine, although Jared Kushner's father was not a doctor, and he probably did not have these books on his shelf. So, like when Doovid was young, I had these interesting books on my shelf to pull from, because my father was a doctor that Jared Kushner probably did not have available to him, even though he had exponentially more money. So, I mean, say that there's multiple elements to higher or lower birth. If you want
Look
to
what Daryl just said in the chat. He said, what my parents did, hang on, has no bearing on my own achievement or status. Very common attitude in the West. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying a lot of people think it's true, and so they behave as though it were true. Is that fair?
No, but I think, generally, I would say it's opposite. In the West, there's a lot of recognition of the dual role of nature and nurture, of genetics, and then nurture is parental. That
Well, nurture is parents plus environment.
I mean, if you're saying you took low birth and therefore your parents didn't help you, that you achieve things in.
I didn't say that. I just want to know what question
I
are
don't
you
know anything
asking
about
me.
Daryl, but
Are you asking me
that,
if my parents saw themselves as being low class? were my parents rich by average standards? Like, what are you asking exactly? Like, could my parents have paid for me to go to school? Did they? You know.
Well, it doesn't pay to get personal, but I'm saying because you're looking at it personal and saying like that,
Well, you asked me, so but I mean, whatever.
as
I don't
opposed
mind
to some
answering.
sort of
I don't
accurate
want to answer the
assessment
wrong
of
question.
what my
I
parents
don't
bequeathed.
accept the premise of what you're saying.
And I say that I could look at it, um, an accurate assessment of what my parents bequeathed me, the status of my birth, and then over time that I've seen a lot of people, and in my early years, I served people who took higher birth than me, and seeing that people had access to things that I didn't because they took higher birth than me, in at least certain respects. Okay, so like a lot of those people didn't have Julian Jaynes or Plato on their shelf to look at when they were young, but they had other uh, benefits, and then even Doovid went to special schools, at least with Jewish that where there is a concept of royalty, royal blood, and inherited. Uh, Even a concept that you could be in the West and have royal blood and followers, inherited royal followers, but it's not legally like it was in European societies. Uh, but yeah, I mean, Doovid went to school with people who had royal blood and the benefits of royal blood, and then also wealth and various status. There could be someone who comes from a military family, someone who comes from a police family, um, and a whole host of benefits that a person uniquely has based on their parental status, and separate from the nurture. Like if Daryl's claiming that whoever he made wasn't from what his parents bequeathed on him, how they trained him, what they knew. Could be athletic, to a certain extent. There's all sorts of things that I mean, it's the whole nature nurture, and both of those are related to high birth because nurture is largely from your parents, not society. I mean, most of the scientific studies we talk about nature nurture, that the nature is genetics and the nurture is majority of your parental nurture, not society's nurture. And there's some element of society's nurture, but most of the studies uh, in understanding that nurture is majority your parents' nurture.
I don't think that's a widely held belief at all.
It is a widely held belief in terms of nature nurture studies that
Parents are
the critical
the
period for the various things that are determined largely by nurture are mostly done by the child's parents.
so there's quite a bit of upward mobility in the West. You don't think that there's like a myth of upward mobility sort of in the West?
Of course, there's upward mobility, but it doesn't have. I mean, the point of upward mobility is upward to what already exists. Like, okay, I applied to Harvard and didn't get in. So, like, if you look, okay, my parents, maybe like I went to University of Michigan, maybe I did a little bit better than my parents. If I'd went to Harvard, it would have been significantly better than my parents. Um, but if I got into Harvard, there would have been a lot of people that were already there. So I mean, it's irrelevant. Upward mobility doesn't change the high birth status. It just means that you could achieve what
You're
other
not
people
listening to
already
me. I
have.
said there's a myth of upward mobility, which it conflicts with the idea of inherited status, which predisposes people to dismiss the notion of inherited status, as you can see them doing.
Yeah, it's just a misunderstanding. I don't think it's a myth. There is upward mobility in the sense that anybody in Michigan could go to University of Michigan, even if you took low birth, even if like you're an orphan in facilities. I mean, it could be tough. Like if you're in a place where the educational system is bad, um, you could argue that, yeah, I mean, that not everyone could go to University of Michigan. That it'd be near impossible for some people from some backgrounds. You would have to transfer schools. That maybe if you came from a certain area, you were put in a certain school. That your ability to go to the best school in the state would require, as a youth, going to a better school. If you're stuck in certain schools, there's not a path from there to the top schools in the state. But even you could transfer from community college. So even if you went, even if you couldn't transfer and change your situation as a youth, as an adult, and you go to community college and you get good grades at community college, then you could transfer. Um, Upward mobility is factual, but it doesn't change the fact that there's a whole bunch of people who took high birth there at University of Michigan, um, and in a disproportionate amount of people at University of Michigan are there because they took high birth. I mean, they have to do some work. Just taking high birth is not going to get you into the best school. You have to have good grades. But for example, um, there's a lot of schools where like 40% of the graduating class gets to University of Michigan. It's not uncommon for the average SAT to be quite high, the grade point average. That if you're in the school and you want to go to the top school, that it's very easy to, and a good proportion of the class goes to it, as opposed to bad schools where maybe no one goes to, or just one or two people out of huge numbers of people will move from there to the top schools. So the upward mobility being there is accurate. I've showed these graphs about because usually the easiest thing to measure is money. That's the most
Yeah, you
quantifiable.
repeat that a lot. Daryl wants to know if you think he was
I
raised
repeat it
lower
by
or
saying that
higher
just
because his
quantifiable.
parents were poor or rich.
What Daryl say?
Do you think I was raised lower or higher because my parents were poor or rich?
Well, that's one element. So if your parents are rich, that's higher birth. If your parents are poor, that's lower birth. It's the most easily quantifiable method. Most of the
Not
studies,
really, not to me. But whatever.
well, there's something easier to quantify than money.
Karma tells you everything about a
I
person.
didn't say the most meaningful. I
You
said
just
the
have to know how to read someone's karma.
I
So
said the
why the hell
easiest
would I take something so shittily inaccurate when I can do voice diagnosis and get that super accurate?
because it's the easiest to quantify.
Maybe to you.
Well, to
I
anybody.
judge people as individuals, not as a faceless
I mean, money is the
aggregates.
easiest quantifiable. That's why most of the studies. I mean, there's.
Well, I guess I don't take the easy way towards valuable goals.
I mean, you're kind of like Renault in that. You're
These whole
you're caught up in what you think.
unfavorable comparisons, it's like, God
Why
forbid,
is that
most people aren't going
unfavorable?
to tolerate. It's incredibly dismissive, as
Why did I say
clearly
that?
our
Why is that
points are not
unfavorable?
anywhere near each other. The
Why
only
did I
thing we
say
have
that's
in
on?
common is that we
Why are
disagree
you
with your
saying that's
manner.
unfavorable?
Are you denying it?
No, I didn't say that. When I said you like Renault, I didn't say that that's unfavorable.
Well, most people would think that it is because it's a facile, reductive comparison.
No, I'm saying it's not that he's not an academic person, and
It just sounds moronic, like you've got nothing and you're trying to bolster your position by likening it to something tangentially, vaguely related at best.
well, it's been that I can't quote academic scholars. Uh,
You can go ahead and do that, but it's pretty dumb to
because every
deny the
every single time I
validity
have to
of
go through
like
this
what the average
argument.
opinion
So I
is
mean,
of
that
people.
sense, I mean, you're like
Civilization
Renault.
progresses based on average opinions of
In the same
the
way, like
aggregate.
you're Renault. I want to quote Newton Socrates, and he doesn't want to hear it. You're basically the same way.
Again, like not being able to control yourself to repeating something you've been told is inflammatory is probably not great. I mean, I don't care that much, but it upset Renell.
That I compared you to him.
Your manner upset him.
Yeah, so in that sense, you're like Renault.
I'm just flat out telling you you're wrong.
I'm wrong.
And that
you're
I
not
don't
like him.
care, but that most people would. And that's what this is about. It's like,
You're
does
saying I'm
the
flat out
average
wrong that
person's
you're
opinion
what
matter?
am I flat
I'm
out
saying
wrong?
it actually matters more. I'm saying the average person's opinion
We're not even
kind of, in a
talking.
way, trumps the
You're
academia.
just rambling. We're not even having a conversation here. I mean, I guess we just wrap up and we're not even having a conversation. So you want to just wrap up?
I haven't really gone over anything, but
I mean, you seem all worked up, and I can't even follow what you're saying. Everything I say, like you're all worked up about something.
you
And
don't seem capable, and maybe I'm wrong, of conceding a point that you don't agree with.
I'm pretty sure I'm capable of conceding a point I don't agree with.
Okay. So what's the point with regards to the high birth, low birth? You concede anything with regards to that it's inflammatory.
Yeah, so what? It's inflammatory. I said just the fact of high and low
Okay.
birth is inflammatory. I
So
mean, you're saying me saying it is inflammatory as it will possibly. I say just the fact of high and low birth is inflammatory without even mentioning it.
I think what's inflammatory is equating high birth to money.
Well, I don't know why you have to keep on repeating these fallacies. You say that money is one element of high birth and it's the easiest measurable. So the majority of studies on the topic are related to money because it's the easiest to measure.
Like there's studies on high birth and low birth.
There's studies on outcome based on parental money. There's many studies about your quintiles, what quintile you're born into, and what quintile you're likely to end up in, including, I've shown them here on Week in Review about, you'll say the 1%, the different quintiles, and if you're born into what quintile, the percentage of what people that end up in those quintiles, and they're based on dollar amounts because that's the easiest metric to measure. It's very easy to measure. Um, that data is, but yeah, I mean, wealth, money is just one aspect of high birth. I mean, how many times do I have to mention that? Why do you have to keep on? I mean, God forbid you're really like just incapable of
Okay, well here's the
correctly
question. Would
saying
you be
back
capable?
what somebody said.
Would you be capable of describing things without talking about high and low birth?
No, I mean, certain concepts necessitate high and low birth to explain.
So
Like
you're
the
not
royal,
able to describe things outside of the confines of high and low birth. So this is
certain
something
things
that you
don't. Like
need to
you can't
understand
talk about
things.
the Royal Society without talking about high birth. I mean, it's by definition the Royal Society, royalty, it is high birth.
Well,
So
high
talking
birth
about the
is a
You're saying
very
like, no, I
short
could talk. I don't
form
have to talk
concept.
about high birth, but certain concepts necessitate the discussion of high birth, the canonization process, the birth of science, the Royal Society necessitates conversations about high birth.
So you think people disagree with you on this? Why?
I don't think. I mean, as far as I know, everybody that talks about these subjects talks about high and low birth.
Really?
They
Like
might not use that terminology of high and low birth. Um, they might talk about inherited status, uh, various biographical details. But no, I mean, saying I've just been doing a whole bunch of research, and I can't think of a single thing that I've read about the Royal Society that didn't have mention of some parallel to high and low birth.
that was implicit and that you inferred that wasn't actually expressed in the text.
That, what did you just say?
I said that was implied by you, not that was explicit in the text.
In the
This
text?
is your. I'm asking you for a citation. You can't provide one because, by your own admission, they're alluding to it. They're not directly referencing it, unless you want to cite me a source that talks about high and low birth.
Well, I could go back to my computer and the books that I'm in the middle of. Like, yeah,
Really?
I
And they
think,
have high and low birth. Like, you'd be able to find that term.
no, I don't. I mean, no, I don't think they use that term. That's my terminology.
Right. So you want to forward your own terminology,
No,
and it's
that's just
inflammatory.
my expression.
You have your own expression, and it's inflammatory, and that's how it is. And then, I mean, one might be forgiven for asking, why do you choose inflammatory way of expressing it?
Um,
To make the point, maybe? I don't know.
Honestly, I don't think. I don't. You're saying rich dad, poor dad is less inflammatory. Like poverty and wealth is less inflammatory than high or low birth.
Well, what is the thesis of Rich Dad, Poor Dad? It's basically the notion of a self-made man that it's your attitude that determines your success. Is that not the thesis of that book?
Well, I mean, the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad. But I say if I said,
I mean, I'm not going to say I've read it, but like I'm familiar with certain aspects of it.
but it's saying like, no, I don't think you're going to find any biography on Faraday that's not going to mention, you know, Faraday versus Humphrey Davies. Humphrey Davies took, call high birth, and Faraday took lower birth. I don't think you're going to find any biography or mention.
And they're not going to phrase it that way. They might
Well,
say
they phrase
one
it, but
had a
but
higher station in
anybody
civic
who knows
culture.
anything about Faraday and Humphrey Davies in any formulation of any history that includes the Royal Society and the creation of the discovery of electromagnetism is going to include details about Humphrey Davies' um, better birth circumstance than Faraday. Just like um, Newton and the Royal Society, because it was implicit in the membership of the Royal Society that included, uh, that necessitated the inclusion of the status of the person's parents and background in obtaining membership.
So maybe you can provide a citation.
Of, we just want to.
What you're talking about.
You could just open up the Wikipedia on Faraday and look for the section on Humphrey Davies.
Okay.
And no, I mean,
I'll do
people
that then.
saying, forget to mention that the rich steal the ideas of the poor all the time. That's part of the system. Like, no, I mean, that's was part of the system of the Royal Society and the advantage of taking high birth. That you had to operate in somebody else's lab. You researched and you worked in somebody else's lab. If you took high birth, maybe you operated and researched in your own lab or your father's lab, or lab that you were able to build in your own house, or that you like Tahi Brahe, that Kepler worked for Brahe. He paid him. Kepler came to Brahe's house and worked for him for payment. So I mean, I think Faraday, if you look down to early life, and you'll see that because financially.
And they worded it just like I said, not well off. Which is that's a non-inflammatory way to word it because it's simply a financial description.
Not well off is not.
It's financial. It's not indicative of a social status. I think the offense
Wikipedia
comes with the
includes that he was
social
not well
status.
off.
The social status. Are you aware of something called the French Revolution that was a pushback on monarchism, or just not? The notion of status matters.
Yes, and these things are factual. It's the status itself that's inflammatory, not the phrasing.
Then why choose the phrasing that's inflammatory?
And what does it say about Humphrey Davies?
I can check. Just sort of surprising that. Here we go. So you want me to go to his Wikipedia entry, I guess, as a comparison? Is that the idea that he's rich?
Faraday was not well off, and Humphrey Davies was well off.
All right. Well, I'm sort of browsing through this. I don't see it.
Humphrey Davies paid for Faraday to travel around with him. Sir Humphrey Davies, right there, the beginning. Sir Humphrey Davies.
Okay. You're saying that like I'm supposed to know what that means. So he's a sir because he has titles. Is that the idea? He's some landowner. Like what's... Like it obviously doesn't say high birth in this Wikipedia. So, you know, you're trying to say like that they're saying the same thing. I'm asking where.
It was embedded in their biography.
It says that Robert Davy, his dad, was a wood carver. Amongst the middle and higher classes, there was little taste for literature and still less for science. I'm not sure what you want me to... It seems to be supporting my position more than yours.
Well, Humphrey Davies was upper middle class. Faraday was not well off. Faraday apprenticed and worked for Davy, and Davy supported his research.
Yep.
The reason why Faraday was able, one of the reasons why Faraday was able to accomplish what he accomplished was because there were people who were better off than him that were able to finance his research.
He evoked sympathies amongst the upper middle classes?
I'm
not even saying to word
I was
it like
actually
that.
just reading. I was just reading about this before Week in Review, so I'm not an expert on Davy or Faraday, or their bio. But you know, if you look at who are the members of the Royal Society, that I mean, it's obviously the Royal Society. So you had, you know, the king and the nobility. You had people who paid their dues that were members simply because they paid membership. And then you had apprentices that couldn't afford membership and worked their way in.
All right. So it's a combination of meritocracy and
high birth.
Your words, not mine. I would say inherited wealth. Perhaps inherited wealth and status.
I mean, say Faraday, without people that took high birth, Faraday doesn't develop his electromagnetism. He develops his electromagnetism because there were people who took high birth and had laboratories and were willing to fund his research.
Like you're acting as, you sort of sound like you think I'm disagreeing on the facts.
Well, I mean, you just get caught up that I use the word high or low birth. So say that's the word I use.
And I told you why. It's because it implies that money makes people better than other people.
No, money is just one aspect of high birth. I don't know why you have to keep on going back to it.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
mentioned
It
in terms of
implies it. It
studies,
implies it, though.
money is the most measurable. It's the
It
most
implies it.
easily.
It implies it. So whether it
No, it
directly
doesn't
says it or
apply
implies
because
it, in my opinion, it implies it. So that's why
I
it's
mean,
inflammatory.
high birth, like say, like in caste, it's you're related to Brahmin or royalty. Money is just one aspect. It could be educational. It could be access to. It could be social position. You could be wealthy and not well liked. You could be middle class and well liked. There's a whole plethora of things that go into high or low birth. Money is the most quantifiable because money could be given an exact number.
Yeah, so you haven't conceded the point at all, which is also quite
I don't
inflammatory.
even know what point you made. I just know like you're huffing and puffing at something, and I don't even know if you made a single point besides like you're upset.
Your
And
choice of words is
you can't even
it's your
accurately say
choice
what
of
I
words
said.
is
You keep on saying like money. I keep on saying that no, money is only one aspect, not even
the words
necessarily the most
imply it.
important aspect.
The
It's just the
words
most
imply it.
quantifiable.
The phrasing implies it.
How does the phrasing imply it?
Because not everyone believes in the concept of high birth and low birth. There's people in the chat who don't believe in that. So whether it's true or not, they just don't believe in it.
Okay, so don't believe in it. It's just the phraseology I use. So I mean, you say when Doovid says high birth, you say a conglomerate of factors that made their life and achievement more accessible.
So
And someone
perhaps
low
what you're
birth,
saying is
a
hereditary
conglomerate of
status.
factors from birth that made their achievement more difficult.
Perhaps you could say hereditary status.
You could say whatever you want.
Hereditary status doesn't imply high and low, which implies, good and bad, right? That's where you kind of don't want to be putting that moral judgment.
I'm not putting a moral judgment. High and low.
High and low dichotomy implies it, whether you wanted
If
to
I
or
wanted
not.
to say good birth or bad birth, I would have said good birth or bad birth. I said high or low.
Doesn't matter. People don't distinguish those.
They would just if I wanted to say good or bad, I would have said
Well,
good or
then why
bad.
are so many people disagreeing with you in the chat?
I don't because they're your followers.
I don't really think that's fair at all. I mean, I can account for why people disagree with me, and it has nothing to do with who they follow.
Yeah, I don't know why you're still caught up on this. So I mean, you don't agree, like
Because part of the reason you're having trouble is that you're not conceding the point, even though you're not able to say you made a point. It seems you're not able to say you made a point, but I don't agree with it. You're saying you didn't make a point. Obviously, I don't agree with it because there's nothing to agree with. That's what it's just like. Holy shit. Okay, well,
no, if you're saying
you're denying that a lot of people don't agree with you on the basis of cultural factors, and you're just like the cultural factors don't exist. A high birth, low birth dichotomy is totally useful. It's like not everyone's going to agree with you. I don't agree with you. I see what you kind of mean, I think, but I don't agree with you.
well, no, because high and low birth is part of Freemasonry. High and low birth is part of
Again,
Hinduism. It's part of Kabbalah.
can you provide a citation for that? The Hinduism concept of high and low birth is nothing like what you're describing, so I don't even want to make that link.
Yes, now I'm talking about science. I'm talking about a Masonic body, and specifically
So
we're
when you're
talking about the
saying I
Royal
need to make
Society.
my things in adherence with Western civilization, what you're really saying is it needs to line up with Freemasonry.
Well, I would interpret Freemasonry.
Do they let women in, by the way?
No.
You can see how there's a bit of a problem there.
No. I mean,
Being
God
a
forbid, just by
woman
your
making my
behavior. God
teachings to
forbid,
the
just by
level
your
of a
behavior. Almost
misogynistic
make me laugh.
society.
I'm saying like your behavior is like the um, the testimony why women should not be allowed into such organizations. And it's saying, well, the Royal Society was a Masonic body. Uh, Masonry, I mean, the 32nd degree of the Royals of the Scottish Rite is the royal secret, and it's the secret of bloodlines. I mean, part of the Masonry is bloodlines, and specifically bloodlines of the high birth. And it's in relation to the Royal Society and accrued wealth over generation. Because, I mean, in the Masonry, the bloodlines are only important for the high birth bloodlines. And it's the method of the accrued karma from previous generations. I'm saying that, I mean, it could be like you're just not going to understand this stuff, so it's not worth talking about. But the Royal Society was a Masonic body. The Royal Society is founded on the conception of high birth.
Well, it's right there in the name, isn't it? Royal? The question is whether royalness confers high birth in the eyes of the masses, and the masses believe
high birth
largely
high birth
what ideas are popular, which is
high birth comes from
meritocracy, which
Hinduism.
appears to contradict the notion of high birth superficially. I'm not saying it necessarily has to. I'm talking about average
Well,
opinions
if
out
you're
there.
just trying
I'm
to
saying concede
understand,
the
I mean,
point.
you seem to be just triggered and arguing as opposed to just understand what I'm talking about. So the high and low birth terminology comes from Hinduism.
When all
The
else
use of
fails,
high
blame
and low birth.
Hinduism.
Like we go to the Hare Krishna temple.
Fundamentally, what they're saying is that karma is an operating principle, which means that cause and effect, which actually is a high amount of personal agency, because the main idea is you can cause yourself to become, to some extent, whatever you like.
Well, Jennifer could have her interpretation. I'm saying that when I use the
And you can have
terminology,
your interpretation, but the way you're describing high birth doesn't line up at all with what I understand karmatic residues to
I'm
be.
saying I'm using the Hindu phraseology on.
Okay, I'm going to need a quote, a citation before you want to start talking about that, like maybe something from Ashish Jalala.
Well, I say I'm using the terminology high and low birth I got from Hindus. They're the people I
So you
heard.
shouldn't have any trouble getting a citation.
I have to look for it. Saying like I went to hundreds of lectures at the Hare Krishna temple, and all the time I heard the expression high and low birth. I have to look for like a scriptural, but that's where I heard the term from Hindus at the Hare Krishna temple, high and low birth, and as a classifier of this high birth or low birth, and I mean
So they'd
pretty
be like,
regularly.
"Oh, that's Raja over there. He took high birth." They'd say stuff like that.
Um, well, I mean, usually it was referred to stories in the Veda. Sometimes if you refer to like Alfred Ford or something like that, where or stories of people related to their childhood that so like Alfred Ford, Ambrish Das took high birth. He was a Ford. That's why he's given tens of millions of dollars. When you say Alfred Ford gave tens of millions of dollars to ISKCON, you don't need like, oh, where'd he get the tens of millions of dollars? Like, oh, Alfred Ford was a great grandson of Henry Ford. So we say Alfred Ford gave tens of millions of dollars towards ISKCON. I think it's even hundreds of millions of dollars to ISKCON. I'm not sure the exact number, definitely tens of millions of dollars. But usually you don't need to say where'd he get the money from. You say, well, he's Alfred Ford. He took high birth. He was Henry Ford's great grandson. Therefore, he had tens of millions of dollars, and he chose to give that to ISKCON. So that's an expression. The example, like Alfred Ford took high birth, And so
In other
if you're
words,
asking,
he inherited a bunch of money.
well, so if Jennifer gave tens of millions of dollars to ISKCON, you would be like, well, where'd she get the money from? He's like, no way, Jennifer gave tens of millions of dollars to ISKCON. Like, so like, no. Alfred Ford gave tens of millions of dollars. You don't even have to ask. He's like, well, he's Alfred Ford. Of course he had tens of millions of dollars. He took high birth. The interesting thing is that he chose to give it to ISKCON, not that he had tens of millions of dollars to give. Of course he had tens of millions of dollars to give. He's a Ford, not like Luke Ford. And in other situations where people had no money, they use but the expression, that's where I heard the expression high and low birth, but also in stories like I forget the story of the Brahmin who you saw the two people who took low birth kissing in the forest. Even the story of the Buddha, that the Buddha was protected, he hadn't seen people
Okay,
suffer.
so people kissing in the forest, what was that? Or did you realize that was nutso and had to transition to Buddha?
I'm just
Were you actually
remembering
making a point in there?
no, there's the Brahmin that says the name of the deity when he dies and gets, but he was born a Brahmin, and then he becomes a very bad man. But the first thing that caused his downfall was when he was randomly walking in the forest and saw two people who took low birth kissing. And I mean, that's how the story was told when I heard it. I'm not sure. Maybe the verse actually uses the expression low birth. I mean, presumably because um, people who took higher birth would have had some sort of training and wouldn't have kissed in public. So they were lower birth people who didn't follow Vaishnava etiquette. Therefore, they were kissing in public. But that's what led to this Brahmin's downfall, was just seeing two people who took lower birth kiss in public.
Do we have a citation on this?
I have to look it up, but I'm saying that's where I heard the expression that I heard the expression high and low birth from Hindus.
Uh-huh. From a story about someone seeing someone kissing?
That's one story. I've heard it 100 times. The expression is very common among Hindus.
Okay. I was just
Even
wondering if you had a
even just
citation.
describing somebody to say he took high or low birth, to say that as a conveyance of information, or even in terms of reward and punishment, in terms of reincarnation, that someone will be rewarded with higher or lower. But I mean, really it comes from reincarnation in general, where lower birth could even refer to not being born as a poor human, but being born as a lower life form. That I mean, so the expression probably comes from transmigration of soul and the cycle of birth and death. Higher or lower birth, meaning karmatically that your next life from your current status. That if you have good karma, you will be a higher status. If you have bad karma, you'll be of a lower status.
The idea is if you have a good karma, you'll have a better life. Bad karma, you'll have a worse life. The money's not really connected to it directly.
You're the one, I didn't say anything about money. Saying that the Hindu theology, higher or lower birth, refers to the next life, and higher birth than current status, or lower birth than your current status. That's probably the origin of the terminology within Hinduism. So I have adapted that terminology to
So
my own
probably
usage.
meaning you have no citation and it's your own theory.
I have to look for a citation. I'm
Yeah,
probably
exactly. You
one.
shouldn't be making inflammatory claims without any lick of a citation. So was the sage a tree? Did he take low birth because he lived in a forest?
No, I'll look it up just so.
Because the story about the kissing and the Brahmin, that sounds not super traditional to me. Sounds really like a guilty kind of fetish, kind of clowny, kind of maybe a different system kind of parading around in the clothes of Hinduism. Just kind of has this original sin concept to it. Oh my God, it's evil, kissing. We're not sure what happened, but it was evil.
Okay, I think it's the story of Ajamila, Ajamila, and his story is famous because he says God's name, his son's name. So as he's dying, he calls for his son, who maybe was Vyasudev. And it's said that he was saved just by the utterance of God's name at his death. It's in the sixth canto of the Bhagavan Purana, and to say his downfall starts by seeing story was told over within the expression of high and low birth.
Okay, so I looked up kissing on the story and doesn't show up anywhere.
That's how I remember the story. Here it has that in the Wikipedia it says he saw a prostitute. I heard the story, he saw a prostitute kissing someone in the forest. Here it just has her with her hair unknotted. So there could be different versions of the story.
So what should I look up exactly for the citation? Because, I mean, I'm looking up, all the words you're saying, I'm not finding them. So, like, where would it be?
Well, I said when I was at the temple, I remember hearing
The
the
temple,
story.
like that's not a citation, I'm afraid. You need an actual scriptural authority. Some random person's testimony at a temple doesn't mean anything. So, Jamila, you said something to do with kissing someone, and I want a citation on that. It doesn't exist because it's bullshit. I wouldn't mind you to admit that.
Well, that's why I say I looked it up. According to Wikipedia, it's not kissing. He just saw a prostitute with her hair unknotted. And I wasn't saying it was a scriptural source. I was saying that I heard the expression high and low birth at
Because I just looked up hair, and it's not in the Wikipedia. So it's like,
or sorry not on tide.
okay.
I wasn't claiming it was a scriptural
He was
source.
unable to resist his temptation to claim her for himself, so
that till that point he
he married her, setting aside his current wife. So perhaps that was the issue, not the witnessing of kissing, which appears to be nonsensical and not in any way related to the story.
Well, I'm remembering how I heard the story.
And so, what does this have to do with the point, which was the high birth, low birth thing?
That the person, the Hindu priest that told over the story, when he told over the story, used the expression high and low birth.
Sure. But there's no citation for it anywhere.
Well, I don't know. I have to look up the Bhagavata Purana if it mentions high or low birth. But I mean, it's irrelevant to my point that I took the expression higher or low birth from Hindus.
The expression
fact,
that you can't cite.
Hindus are the only people that I've ever heard use the expression higher or lower birth. And
yet you have no citations.
I'm not citing Hindu scripture. I did not pick up the expression higher or lower birth from reading Hindu scripture. I picked it up from Hindus.
And you don't have any sources of Hindus to reflect what you're saying, to verify what you're saying. So I can't really comment because there's no context.
No, I mean, Prabhupada uses the expression low birth. In fact, he uses the word low birth about women in general.
Okay, do we have a citation for that?
Yeah, I'll pop up Vanny quotes. There's a webpage, Vanny quotes.
Okay.
But I mean, irrelevant of whether there's scripture. I mean, there probably is, because if they use it in ISKCON, it's probably from.
Of course, it's probably right if ISKCON says it. That makes sense.
They probably didn't make up the expression higher or low birth. But that's where I heard it from.
Okay, got a link?
What, are you rejecting? You think I'm lying that that's where I heard it from?
I just don't think you have any links. I have no idea if you're telling the truth about your personal experience. I just don't think personal experience talking to randos means anything. I just told you I'm not commenting on that. I'm saying you can't substantiate it, so it seems really weird to lean on it that hard without a lick of supportive evidence. And you've had this story, which now I've had to look up on Wikipedia to call you out that actually what happened has nothing to do with witnessing two people kissing. Nothing at all. It's obviously a very complicated story. I have no idea and don't want to necessarily get into, but that had nothing to do with what the actual story was. So no.
Because I heard the story. I didn't read. I mean, I have actually read the story, but I heard the story. I didn't read the story in my memory of it. But it's saying that I got the terminology high and low birth from ISKCON.
Okay.
And
does ISKCON have any publications that reference high birth and low birth? So it doesn't sound like this is an official stance of ISKCON. It sounds like something you heard at ISKCON, maybe. Is that right?
What are you asking again?
I said it's not an official opinion of ISKCON. It's something you may have heard at ISKCON, the concept of higher and lower birth.
No, I'm certain they've used the terminology.
Okay, so something you're certain about, but from a legal standpoint, you have to admit doesn't rise past hearsay.
Well, I don't see the relevance. I'm just saying that's where I got the
Well, you're
terminology.
asking me to take you on at your word. Do you take me at my word?
Well, what's the relevance? I'm just saying the expression that I
The
didn't
point
coin
is
the
that you
phrase
don't
high
have
or low birth.
the point
I
is that you don't
I
have a
borrowed the
citation. You
expression
don't have a
high or low birth
citation is the point.
from Hindus.
You don't
If
have
I
a
look for a
citation is the point.
citation, you're just asking where did I get this terminology from? I got it from Hindus.
Then you should be able to produce at least one precedent of a Hindu articulating that view.
Well, not articulating the view, using the expression.
Yeah, that's the same thing. But either one, take your pick. And if you
I
can't,
just
it's
heard
hearsay. And no matter how much I want to esteem your individual uncorroborated testimony, it's not scientifically responsible to do that. So I'm checking. And I don't think that I struggled to imagine if we asked them, do they endorse this high birth, low birth dichotomy at that organization, that they would say no.
I'm not sure you ever asked them.
Prabhupada's thing. Well, you're the one who's alleging that this is a popular opinion at the Prabhupada establishment.
Well, here's just a search that has the terminology related to commentary in the Bhagavad Gita. In fact, it seems like the Bhagavad Gita itself uses the expression lower birth.
Oh, do we have a citation for that?
I put a link in the chat. In fact, I mean, I think it's referring to women in general, that the expression that I'm finding it.
Okay.
Here it is. O son of purity, those who take shelter in me, though they may be of lower birth, women, merchants, workers, can obtain supreme destination. So that's Bhagavad Gita 932 that uses the expression lower birth and then clarifies what lower birth is, which means women, merchants, and workers. And then I guess it gives other places where it uses the expression lower birth, but lower birth comes from the Bhagavad Gita itself.
And what's the original Sanskrit?
Probably Papayana.
Yeah, so it's like a Puranic text, possibly taken out of context. Doesn't speak for all of Hinduism.
Yeah, here it is. Low birth is an expression specifically used in the Bhagavad Gita. Papayanaya, low birth. The Bhagavad Gita specifically clarifies that low birth, such as women, merchants, manual laborers, and as a positivistic, that all those who take refuge in me, whatever their birth, race, gender, or caste, even those whom society scorns, will obtain the supreme destination. Papa Yanaya is directly translated as low birth.
Okay, so I got chapter 9, verse 32. And is there another one? on top of that.
I mean, there might be.
It says all those who take refuge in me, whatever their birth, race, gender, or caste. And if we go back to the original, yeah.
Oh, so here it says the word literally means sinful wombs. I'm not sure, but you see in Prabhupada's translation.
So
that
in
Prabhupada,
here, lower birth means within the caste system. And the third, not the Brahmins, but the Kshatriyas, have the wealth. So high birth. You know what I mean? Sort of not the same.
Well, it
That was
refers
my
to
original
women in
point.
general.
Is that not everyone has the same idea about high birth, and you're pushing a colonial notion of high birth.
Well, I just said where I borrowed the terminology from. So I took the terminology from gurus in ISKCON that I heard use the terminology high and low birth. In fact, it's actually Deva Madhava Das. I remember. I mean, he's not a guru. He was someone younger than me, University of Michigan. I mean, it's definitely Hindus. I heard the terminology from, whether gurus, whether people, just generic Hindus. I mean, they wouldn't call themselves Hindus, but ISKCON people use the terminology quite often. And I showed you that Prabhupada himself translates Bhagavad Gita 932, uses the term lower birth.
Or at least that's the translation, right?
That's the translation of Prabhupada of ISKCON that used.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it may be in other places also, but that's where I heard the terminology, and I have expanded the terminology to my own purposes, to my own explanations, largely to Freemasonry, although Freemasonry does not use that terminology. But Freemasonry extensively talks about bloodlines.
Okay.
And inherited wealth and position.
Okay. So
I was thinking that's where I got the terminology from
Freemasonry.
ISKCON, and that at least is used in one verse in Bhagavad Gita, possibly other places also. That one thing said is also in Bhagavatam. I was remembering the story of
So a bunch of
Armala.
shittily translated Quranic texts.
Well, that's probably the most respected translation. I mean, it's the ISKCON translation. I mean, I don't know if you want to
respected
attack,
by ISKCON.
Well, I'm not even speaking for ISKCON. I'm just saying that's where I heard the terminology.
And then decided to start repeating it in a different context. Because you don't accept that merchants are a low caste or low birth.
Yeah, because I mean, generally merchants could acquire large sums of wealth, but no,
And
I don't have.
according to this scriptural precedent, wouldn't change their birth because they'd still be merchants. Well, so that's the point: is you're conflating it to the imperial caste system, where it's like,
Well, I'm more trying to generalize the term, so no, I don't claim I'm using the. I just said that's where I heard the terminology. That's where I borrowed the terminology from, and when I use the terminology, I'm using it in lines with Freemasonry, even though Freemasonry doesn't use that terminology.
Daryl says, why adopt the terminology and link it to financial status and parent wealth or royal society? I guess the answer is Freemasonry.
No, that's just my lexicon. Like Doovid, unique status of that's Doovidism.
Yeah. So I guess I was just curious why you would want to go with such an inflammatory portrayal.
I'm not sure it's inflammatory, but yeah, that's where I.
Well, everyone's literally
everyone's
saying it is in the chat. Everyone in the chat.
And so I guess it creates a unique Doovidism terminology that I'm using an expression from Hinduism in a non-Hindu manner. So it's a unique Doovidism.
Yeah, it's as though you engineered it to offend as many people as possible. If that was your goal, congratulations. I think you succeeded.
No, I engineered it to help explain complicated concepts. And the complication of the concepts, I mean, really, like anyone knows the Freemasonry, the concepts like these secrets are revealed at the secret of punishment of death. You will not find any single Freemasonic literature that does not mention that these secrets are revealed to you at the punishment of death. It is supposed to be inflammatory. I'm teaching you something that in reality, you have to agree that if you betray it, you will be punished with death. And you're complaining about inflammatory words. And so, yes, that's part of the reason for the inflammatory nature if anyone has never picked up a Freemasonic literature. And that's probably why women are excluded from Freemasonry. And the verse in Bhagavad Gita referring to low birth refers specifically to women.
Well, I guess I just can't agree there,
That's why you are excluded. And Doovid in nature that has read the literature to say by trying to teach someone like Jennifer this wisdom, I should be punished with death. You don't just gain entrance to the Royal Society without severe repercussions of your action, including the looming fear of punishment of death, so that you're not worried about the inflaming nature of these comments.
I guess I don't see the link between high birth, low birth, all the way to a Freemasonic death threat.
Because it's related to the Masonic theory. So I was saying, why don't I care that people are inflamed by the subject? Because if you really wanted to understand...
Because you feel you're in line with Freemasonry and so you're good to go, basically.
Well, that's for Freemasons to judge.
Okay, but your own opinion on it is that you could defend that position.
I'm talking about a Masonic body. I'm talking about the Royal Society of London. I'm talking about Freemasons. I'm talking about Newton and Faraday, and all the people I'm mentioning are Freemasons. In terms of at least this canonization of science. Western science, physics was canonized. You could say, okay, they were all Christian. They were all Freemasons. They were all part of Masonic bodies. The Royal Society of Science was a Masonic body. It includes concepts that I refer to as higher or lower birth. That's part of the royal secret. The royal secret, meaning why is it punishable by death? Because of the inflammatory nature of the passing of the wealth and status of the previous generation to the next generation.
Which is why it's a taboo. I'm the one promoting you should uphold the taboo. You're saying let's violate it. I'm saying you don't seem to have a basis to violate it other than just fame.
I'm not violating. I'm using a terminology, and
you're using an unfamiliar sensitive term, and it's in a manner that it is inflammatory.
If a person's bothered by the incendiary nature of the expression higher or lower birth, chances are they're not going to understand what I'm talking about at all in regards to the Royal Society.
I just don't see why you don't agree
Like,
with me.
obviously, when you gain entry to a body like the Royal Society, that includes the people who took highest birth, you have allegiance of oath and the punishment of death for the violation of those oaths. And I'm like, no, I didn't take those oaths. I'm not part of the Royal Society. If I did take those oaths, maybe nowadays the Royal Society does have women members. I'm not even sure if the Royal Society now currently has. I think they do have female members currently now.
You're just appealing to an authority for this high birth,
Well,
low birth thing.
the phenomenon of the possibility of how this stuff was canonized.
Okay. You don't need high birth, low birth to describe that.
You need high birth. So the Royal
No, you
Society
don't.
only had the power to canonize this stuff because its members included the people who took highest birth.
Inherited wealth and high birth aren't the same thing for everyone,
I don't know why.
or even in any way connected.
Royal Society, it was chartered by the crown. It was the Royal Society. It wasn't the Rich Man Society. It was the Royal Society.
So
It's
by
still the Royal
using that
Society.
concept, you're saying we ought to enforce the norms of the Royal Society. And some people are saying, I don't agree. Like Brunel,
What's there to agree about?
whether the norms of the Royal Society ought to be
You could say
enforced.
those people are his enemies. We say he disagrees, but he's okay, he disagrees. He's saying not only does he disagrees, those people are his enemies. Those people are white supremacists who committed horrible crimes. And when he hears those names, he wants to kill those people. He doesn't want to
Again
thank
with
them
the
for their achievements.
violent allegations. I just don't think most people can relate to wanting to kill anyone. Evidence, very low violence statistics, even in places where it is actually pretty violent.
No, I think it's general male energy, the desire to kill. I mean, especially the desire to kill your enemies, the enemies of your ancestors. And even in terms of
No. That seems like a really self-loathing opinion in a way.
self-loathing, it's just male
Yeah.
male human nature.
No, I don't think it is.
You want to kill your enemies. You want to kill the people who
Being
wronged your
fixated
ancestors.
on killing your enemies is not male nature. I'm afraid. It's silly.
I think it is. I mean,
Well, maybe to you, but it's kind of, don't you think it's a bit immature to project your own preferences on other people? It's like, no, not everyone is motivated by this massive
Renault
bloodlust.
could speak for himself. He didn't mention his desire to, kill his enemies, but you say that there were historical crimes, and you say the avenge of the injustices to my ancestors.
Writing injustices versus killing.
And some the Royal Society sanctioned slavery. They sanctioned colonialization. They sanctioned murders. They sanctioned.
Daryl says he has no desire to kill anyone, and virtually everyone's like him. Is he lying?
The
way I look at it is, if people had a strong desire for violence, there'd be more violence. There's just not that much violence. Like, even in the animal kingdom, there's occasional violence, basically. Necessary violence. Like, you can argue, okay, well, there's like a sea lion that plays a whale that plays volleyball with a sea lion. Again, that's a very rare exception.
Well, there's controlled violence. And I think violent tendencies are normal male energy. That's why I talk about chess and the symbolism of chess and what is checkmate? Do you capture the king or do you kill the king? And you could see even in children or adults or players the terminology of I captured or my opponent's piece or I killed the piece, how they understand that, if it's some form of understanding. Obviously, there's law and order. Can't just go around killing people. Um, but the desire of the heart, and when you're talking about justice, an eye for an eye, uh, and you're referring to, I mean, Israel, where you see in Ukraine, where you actually have death on the battlefield, you have much more calling for violence and killing in terms of justice, uh, where killing is seen as a form of justice, the completion of a cycle. That's why I mentioned the psychic medium in the beginning, that mafia daughter, that most cases of known reincarnation are related to murder, and killing is the completion of the cycle. I mean, really, God forbid it continues the cycle. But in cases where killing begets more killing, so societies where you have less killing, but killing itself begets more killing, and only killing could complete the cycle. The only way, an eye
Killing
for an
begets
eye.
more killing, therefore there should be more killing.
What it says, natural energy, that it's karma.
A positive feedback loop? Those are actually quite rare in nature.
It's karma to say the only way to end the cycle of killing is killing a life for a life.
Hmm. Isn't that the whole idea, that that isn't true with karma? Because you're just putting more violence out there.
I don't know if karma. I mean, say ahimsa. Okay, I believe in the ahimsa. I would like to uh, limit harm. Where you
Yeah.
talk about karma is not ahimsa. Karma's
Karma is the principle of causality.
yeah. It's saying the only. I mean, it's like conservation laws. The only way to equalize death, a life for a life. So if a killing happened, the only way to karmatically equalize it is through another killing. So when you
According to
refer,
you.
that's what I'm saying, to the Royal Society or a Masonic body, that Fernald was talking about white supremacy, saying those people had blood on their hands, those people killed. The only way to equal the karmatic balance is more killing.
And then you're going to have to equal that karmatic balance with more killing, I guess. And then you're going to
Um,
need to balance that out with, let me guess, more killing. Where does it end?
yeah, I mean, if you remember, John David Ebert was talking about um, it doesn't end. I mean, he was talking about the reincarnation cycles where
The
it's
rate
a
of murders is incredibly low, though. So it's like, how violent can we possibly be?
well, if there's some way to end the cycle. So if I forget the terminology John David Ebert talked about, where the reincarnation cycle, where one person kills another and gets reincarnated to be killed, and then the other person gets reincarnated to be killed, and it's a continuous cycle. So I mean, from that perspective, it doesn't end; it just continues. And if it's internal, just like person X kills person Y, and therefore person next lifetime person X is reincarnated to be killed by person Y, and then the next time lifetime, uh, back and forth, and it never ends. It just repeats. It's some way, like if it's a turn the other cheek, if there's, I mean, really, it's a divergent understanding of karma. You could say there is no way to end the cycle, that there are
Sounds
perpetual
pretty
cycles.
bleak.
Well, it's a science. I mean, if you're like Renault is saying, it's the science of karma. It's just pure logic.
The
of karma.
science of karma? I'm sorry, that's not what karma implies. In order to interpret
Karma's
karma, you
action,
need some type of
action.
a principle.
I mean, principle that the only way to have justice on killing is killing. However, the
There,
justice
you want to make a
the
Newtonian
justice of
argument.
killing the
You want
killer
to make a
repeats the
Newtonian argument
cycle,
about
and
justice.
it's even in Ethics of the Father from Hillel the Elder says sees the skull and saying, "You were drowned because you drowned others, and those that drowned you will be drowned." And whatever reason doesn't use the word "killed," but it said like you were killed because you killed others, and those who killed you will be killed.
So basically, random scriptural precedent, nothing to do with karma.
Well, it's karma thing because it's karma conservation laws.
Yeah,
there
but
has
what
to-
you're saying is justice. Karma is saying if you're a killer, the chances are you're going to continue to be a killer. And by being a killer, you're going to attract the energy of killers. So you're going to have the effects associated with being in the proximity of killers. It doesn't mean I'll kill you in this life. Oh, and you kill me in the next life. That's ridiculous. Like that's why I'm saying Newtonian. It's like FA on B equals FB on A. It's like nobody ever thought that was how karma worked.
It's the 5th chapter of Bhagavatam, even referring to
A
animals.
divine play of God incarnating with some of his buddies to play out something is an exception, not a rule.
No, I mean, even says it explicitly in the 5th chapter of the Bhagavatam, even referring to meat eating, that meat eaters will
attract
be
other meat
reincarnated.
eaters, and you're made of meat. Yeah, okay, fine.
No, that meat eaters will be
That doesn't mean that the
reincarnated
meat that
as
you ate is
animals.
going to come back and eat you.
Yeah, saying that's the karma,
No.
that meat eaters will be reincarnated as animals and will be eaten.
As revenge for eating meat.
As karma.
But it sounds like what you're describing is revenge.
No, it's not revenge. It's just the understanding of karma.
But how isn't it revenge?
You could use the terminology.
So that's
revenge.
not because, and I know that has to be wrong because reality doesn't have agency. It doesn't get revenge on people. People get revenge on people, but reality is neutral. That's how I know it's not how karma works, because karma is the state of affairs, it's just a causal principle. Your interpretation of it is quite poor, I think.
No, it says it clearly in the 5th canto of Bhagavatam about the punishment for meat eaters.
That doesn't mean that every single thing, even if that's true, which I don't accept that necessarily interpretation, even if it were true, that wouldn't necessarily mean that the concept generalized to all sin as a whatever you do is going to be done back to you principle. That's not how it works. So I don't know where this seems like wishful thinking that would be how it worked. Skyworks wants to know why old myths are hard to shake. Well, they're old because they're old. I mean, stuff that is old were evolved for it to be true. Like it's part of us. So there isn't really an argument other than kind of a prideful, rationalistic argument, which surely doesn't, I don't think it's very compelling or satisfying. It's like, oh, you get to have the pride of feeling right, but like everyone disagrees with you and you're not really right. So, why would anyone let go of an old myth, even if it was shit? There's the familiarity
anything else?
bias.
We're just going to start. Anything else you want to say? I'm about to log off.
Well, I've got some ideas for my writing, which have to do with like talking about language and stuff, but I just assume that you're bored of whatever I have to say that isn't a repetition of a orthodox doctrine of Western hegemony.
Well, if you actually wrote it out, you could examine it. I mean, just these circular arguments, or you'll go nowhere. I mean, if you actually wrote something out to examine it, or that it might be different than these kind of repetitive, pointless. I don't see any benefit. But I mean, if you actually wrote something out, then maybe it could be examined. What did you? I mean, you didn't forward me anything that you had done, unless you did and didn't forward it to me.
Well, it's not written out. It's just a list, so I assumed you wouldn't want to see it. That's kind of all your negative reactions to all the lists I had before was kind of just like, okay, better not. And that's all it is, basically a list of different, how I'm thinking of describing language. Because there's no
Down
real
in negative reaction,
area of language.
I can't make any. It's not, your lists aren't. I don't call it unintelligible. They're not. I mean, I don't know if you're expecting me to gain something out of your list, but if you make a flowchart, it's good. It's a process in your writing, but it's not really useful to other people. It might be useful in your own writing process, but flowcharts are usually not only useful to yourself in your writing process or your lists.
It's entirely subjective.
But whether they're useful or not, I mean, they're not useful to me.
Exactly. You don't have much faith in me, so everything I say would be biased by that lack of faith. It's fine. You're entitled to whatever level of faith you want. It's all good.
Okay, so I guess Renault kind of set the tone for negativity, so I'll just sign off.
Does this feel negative? To me, this actually feels like it's progress.
No,
I feel like it's better than it was at the beginning of the show.
I found it kind of unpleasant, and it was unfortunate, and I'm not sure if I'll take it as my karma, but I thought this show was rather unfortunate.
Well, I thought it was really good. I thought all the different examples that you brought and all your week in review stuff was really interesting. So, I guess it was different for you because, Renell was pretty harsh with you. So, yeah, but thanks for joining. I appreciate your contribution.
Okay, so have a great week.
You too. Talk to you soon. Hey, everyone. What's up? Thanks, everyone, for tuning in, by the way. Anders says, my plan is to reincarnate as the next Dalai Lama. Oh, wait, I take that back. He's the last Dalai Lama, and he said that reincarnation is real, but that it's not personal. I met a guy who went to a show with the Dalai Lama. And according to him, he said that in the Dalai Lama's own opinion, he was not the actual original, and that the original had been lost a couple lifetimes ago. So take from that what you will. I just find that an interesting anecdote. Reincarnation being impersonal has to do with that's misconstrued a lot because people really don't want reincarnation to be true. The sense in which it's impersonal means that Sky Daddy, the panentheism Sky Daddy notion, is incoherent. That we're inside the mind of a subject in the sense that we understand subjects. So yeah, that's part of it. When to recognize stories as merely naive explanations of reality used to maintain power and control over others and their beliefs, stopping a clear review of our progression. Well, that doesn't happen, Skyworks. What happens is that you go deeper into philosophy and you realize, like, most people just don't care. And they don't have this, like, complicated set of reasons for why they do things. From their own perspective, they might have some sort of weird web of self-relations, but, like, you eventually get to a point where you kind of realize, like, well, you can't, at least I think everyone gets to this point where you can't convince people to be virtuous through reason. You can stop people through force to do vice, but that takes energy. I think you can present things to people who may need a reminder, who already believe in something, but it's just sort of become muddled, maybe. But I don't think you can take somebody from A to Z and say, be a good person because of these reasons, because someone who can be appealed to on that basis is already has the virtue of valuing reason. Like, even if you're not that smart, it's actually not about that. It's really about how much you value it, because through the action of karma, which is like a magnet, just attracts that over time, but doesn't act instantly. It does act instantly a little bit, but it also acts on other scales. So just because your quote unquote wish fulfillment didn't happen yet, well, first of all, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Why would we think we actually had rational access to our real wishes? We might have some, but maybe there should be some skepticism. So what we tell ourselves of what we want may not actually be the precise logical equivalent to the subconscious mechanism. All right. So what have I been working on this week? Well, I'm trying to generalize the process of, I'm still not actually sure exactly how to describe what I'm doing, but I have made some progress this week in describing, I guess, the necessity of a particular type of epistemology in what can end up being a system that has a viable variable complexity level. Because a single complexity level is actually, I think, what's holding a lot of the systems back, is because people don't realize how to change a parameterization of a system to look at it at a different complexity level to actually get maybe more information out of it. Blah, blah, blah. So anyway, let's see where I've gotten here. All right. I'll just go through this list. So I'm like trying to look at all the different possible concepts that I can articulate and classify them into a reasonable number of types. There's always going to be an infinite residual with stuff like that, but that's fine. But we want to have as few as possible, but also convey the concepts. So the concept here is, how is it that we pick words to articulate our thoughts? So step one, break down language into its parts. Step two, understand ourselves as instruments we're instruments acquiring information about concepts through an intermediary technology called language. And that depending on the type of classification made by language, there's an associated conceptual complexity. And so by mapping the manner in which conventional language accesses concepts, I think I'm able to articulate indirectly why certain problems arise in philosophy as a consequence of our subjective perception, causing us to believe in things like I mentioned before, the third person perspective, that's a myth that is very useful to our subjectivity, somehow holds it together, that like, I don't know how to put it into words exactly, something along the lines of what Kant must have been thinking when he put together his categorical imperatives. All right, so I'm not talking about wish fulfillment. I'm talking about being individually and collectively with our collective psychology as well. There's a level to which it is wish fulfillment, but wishes aren't things we have rational access to. We have rational access to something that is sort of metadata on the data. So the information we have access to is of a different nature than the thing that's generating the belief, and the wishes are made out of belief. So we can have a sense of what we wish for. We can know maybe retroactively the wish was fulfilled through profiling a particular result of like satisfaction. But in my approach, there's no reasonable expectation that your rational expectation of your wishes actually lines up. So anyway, just to make that clear. The shortest way that I would put it, if you want to see things my way, is collectively, the future is remembered into the present. So it's a shared conceptualization. And then we're all speaking through an individual conceptualization, which comes out of the shared conceptualization, which is the hard part to get used to, because I think there's a residual idea that we're just picking up concepts on the ground, like Hansel and Gretel picking up candies, whatever the story was. That no, actually, it's more like every time you invoke a single concept, even a single word, you're literally remembering your entire memory, conceptual, whatever basis of language. Because think about it, like when you're talking, you theoretically need access to every word you've ever spoken, or a reasonable number of neighborhood words to whatever concept you're talking about. So we're just thinking like orders of magnitude. All right, so what did I want to talk about? Idea. Okay, so in my thing, I'm going to say concepts is we don't have rational access to concepts. So that's going to be axiomatic. So I like to have axiomatic indeterminacy like this, because when someone makes a claim that you can have axiomatic determinacy, it's really easy to just dismiss. It's like, oh, well, it's axiomatically precluded, definitionally, and there's a reason for it. And it's to give sufficient bandwidth to concepts. We want to increase the bandwidth or decrease it depending for the optimal result, which is always guided by IMSA. Not directly, but always guided by it. So that's why I came up with idea as being the closest that we can get to concepts in words. So we can talk about concepts. When we do that, there's implication that the content of a concept is not a coherent notion, because the concept is the thing, the precondition that gives rise to our capacity to articulate it. Anders says Carl Jung's collective unconscious. Yeah, I don't really like that way to look at it. Collective unconscious, because that to me says something like there's a single consciousness dictating the history of the planet. That to me, again, that you're back to panentheism, you're back to Sky Daddy. Maybe Sky Daddy's not as big of a problem as I think. I have no clue, because I know I'm like everybody else. I have a tendency to project my own thought process, so probably attributing a bunch of stuff is just completely unjustified. So I think it's interesting that the concept keeps coming up, and it reminds me of monism. In the sense that there's a unification of everything into a single mover. Like, I don't want to say unmoved mover, but like, I think that's almost like it would be a good plot to a story. Oh, there was an idea that animated the world for 50,000 year amazing. I mean, I don't even know. I don't know because I guess I never looked at it that way. So it's a really weird way to look at it. Like, I like to read religious stuff to feel basically happy. I don't know. It's like a cheer me up kind of thing. A cheer me up kind of thing. And the whole, I don't see what's cheery uppy, like what would cheer me up about the idea of a ghost animating the planet, which was it sounds like. Maybe I'm just not understanding what the concept actually is. I'll admit I'm probably like Buzz Killington when it comes to personalistic type ideas. Yeah, a bunch of people are saying, stuff in the chat. Um, I'm cool to take next weekend off. I don't have any hard feelings. I'm sorry that you do, and whatever is all good. And I'm glad that people are showing support for Doovid in the chat because, like, it matters. And think about it. Would you like it if you were doing an educational outreach? Would you like to be thanked for it? I think that's a good. I don't think you can know what it's like to be another person, but I think you can know what it's like to be you in that person's circumstances. And what, if you want to put positivity out there, like what might you want to hear if you were in that person's circumstances? It also sort of goes like what's appropriate to discuss and everything. And okay, the convo got awkward today, but maybe something needs to happen. I don't know. For there to be some type of I don't want to sound like a broken record here, progress. I'm not just saying, arbitrary, whatever, random imperialist progress. I'm talking about towards the goal of ahimsa. But keeping in mind that ahimsa is a virtue and it's not possible to force virtues. But it's definitely possible to remind people through your example. Your own example is always the bottleneck of your influence. Obviously, words too. Carl Jung said that the collective unconscious is the same for everybody. There is also individual unconscious, unless Jung included that in the collective. I don't know. I don't know either. And it's like the ideas are really odd to me because they're just sort of floating. They're floating. And it's like, I wanna get on board, but like give me a literally any means on the planet to validate this shit. Seriously. So if there's a collective unconscious, like anything, any of these concepts, just divide out the wishful thinking. So I don't care for that type of stuff, for particular ideations, machinations, it's like whatever. I care about ahimsa, which comes from understanding something along the lines of a concept and a personal relationship with the inevitabilities of existence. What I'm interested in is a collective consciousness. I think that's the next evolutionary leap for humanity. Well, we could argue that we have had that in the past, so it may not be a leap forward. It may just be regression, not in a bad way, just regression purely to mean something back to an earlier state. I would say maybe that we've gone too far with individualistic notions to the point that it may be maladaptive for a statistically significant number. So, in other words, like we're feeling depressed to some extent because of a lack of a collective consciousness. And so it's only really a matter of time before it returns in some way. And arguably it never left. We're just not maybe aware of level on which it's operating. And you can check, like, you just have to sort of, like, what I do is basically accept that my own intuitions on things are never going to be right for a certain class of things, not everything. My intuitions can be dead on for stuff like calculus, but wrong for, who knows, more abstract stuff with which there'd be no reason for me to presuppose I had any familiarity. So it's, you know, it is what it is. So back to my ideas here. Part of my argument is going to be stating about why an ontological approach doesn't work and can't work. So no matter how good your a priori ontology may seem, that it's not able to overcome the measurement problem, that there needs to be something to come in to arbitrate within these 3 degrees of indeterminacy. So there, deeper sort of whatever thread to this is just to understand that the human body, the human mind through the human body is an observation device, and the main function is to simulate memory, and the main component of memory is it's conceptual content. But for most people, linguistic and conceptual content is so closely tied together, evidence, people not knowing how to respond to the assertion that language doesn't convey meaning to the extent that it's inconceivable, right? So it's obviously, complicated, but whatever. So I'm trying to put together some type of an argument to say, like, you're in a situation akin to algebra where you have 3 unknowns and 2 equations. It's want to allude to the notion that it's reasonable to presume that it's structurally precluded to have that. It basically, like, when you're positing an ontological solution, you're sort of presupposing a supersensuous knowledge that I'm not saying these types of things have never been justified, but these are not compelling justification in and of themselves. Like, I don't think it's self-evident that math has some sort of a realness. I came up with this meme on that. I may be the only person who finds this funny, but that's inside jokes that nobody understood except me is pretty much why I got into this. No, just kidding. Skywork says, I like Doovid. He's another being who exists in this stage that we find ourselves progressing through time as a part of the universe that's able to experience consciousness. Oh yeah, Doovid's great. Yeah, it was definitely like a harsh combo. And so, who knows? Consciousness communication using concept versus language. Purple Pikmin, I think it's sort of, this is where I'm focusing on that regards, like how to articulate the concept that, like, not everyone has the same priors with regards to what language can convey. And so when the priors are completely not adding up, it's like, it's not that I don't want to answer your questions. It's just like, I don't want to go into a Socratic tango where in halfway through I have to explain that I don't actually accept that language is capable, conventional language, not capable of conveying absolute meaning, structurally, definitionally. So don't want to have to, anyway. So basically, to go into this a little more, determining any one of them, determining meaning, making it make sense. So what would it mean to determine ontology? Just take the precedent that we have in physics. Okay, well, just break it down, and on one level, there's protons, electrons, neutrons, and photons, and you can potentially do that on other levels, but there's one of them. So that would be what you might call an ontological determination. It's not bad, then that's what it is, but it is that. So a bit like what I was saying earlier about metaphysics, mathematical making metaphysical assertions. Well, science can't not make ontological assertions when it identifies particulars. All right. So what particularizations may be entailed are not self-evident, and thus what particularizations as fixation entails are also a matter of inquiry. And I think you can make progress, like obviously knowing about protons, etc. That tells us something pretty dang useful. It's sufficient to completely parameterize periodic table. And if you want, like, what the heck, periodic table doesn't tell us anything. Look up Gibbs free energy. I mean, that tells you the direction in which any chemical reaction will be spontaneous. That's pretty impressive. may I say, highly predictive. So, blah, blah, blah. So that's one thing, just basically knocking off ontological approaches for that reason, that they just they can't overcome the measurement problem, basically. Like maybe they can come up with some kind of, like, I don't know, Kantian if it didn't suck type thing, but it's never going to get beyond the measurement problem. Maybe you can't, but I'm still not satisfied with that. So wanted to go with that and basically argue for an epistemology, perception centric epistemological approach. That is basically your, I guess, your trump card, fail safe, whatever cliche you want to shove in there is the thing that, like, you can actually say that doesn't feel right and have it not be a fallacy, as long as your knowledge lines up correctly. So I think that's a selling point. Okay, so we've got concepts are either primitive or derivative. And not every word is a concept. Like the wouldn't be a conceptual word. So not every word links to a concept. A word could link to a concept if it was a general enough term. But normally the conceptual access that we get through language is because of a bunch of words together, creating things like narratives, vibes, take your pick, whatever word. The point is not to get overly fixated on individual words, because it's never an individual word. Even though I've engineered the meaning of the words to be as much as possible for what they mean, it's never meaning held in an individual word that's all that relevant. It's always relational. Okay, so Under says simulate memory. Isn't the human memory a direct memory, even though often confabulated or what's called? Now, I don't think so. I think it's simulated actively based on something like putting light, but a specific type of light, like ordered light, through a lens. I mean, how else do you really think your body can memorize? Because the alternative to accessing things like through light and it just being intrinsic information that has a template stored locally, but not actually the information, only the information template. That's what I mean by simulate memory. You can have like a, philosophical debate, but ultimately it's about metaphysical parsimony, like the stored memory versus the simulation of the stored memory. The latter, under most cases, is way energetically cheaper. So I don't know how to really explain how this method works, but the way I do it is it's a process that takes a long time, that starts with focus. And it's not just focus, because you have to build up strength to focus. Focus is the main thing at the start, but then there's strength that you get, like akin to weightlifting. That's why gym bros are so valuable. So that's where you're starting out. And then you do that long enough that you engender a standing wave within your consciousness. Because there's an action potential that your consciousness has against itself that through meditation starts to negate itself somewhat. When we say negate, we're not talking about like a Hegelian sense. I mean negate in a Le Chatelier's principle sense, which may line up to some extent, but that's where I'm coming from with negation. There's a presupposition of a thermodynamic element. That, yeah, we're literally talking about pressure gradients at the end of the day. That our primary means of ingress to observe them is something connected to temperature, along the lines of like taking someone's temperature. Okay, so let's see here. Isn't the human memory a direct memory, even though it's often confabulated, what it's called? So yeah, back to that. So you get the focus, super long focus, and eventually you focusing on objects. And if you focus on an object long enough, you get to like a 3D vision of it, where it sort of feels like you're being sucked into it, but you don't go into it. You're just rendering it on a more subtle level. Your mind is like, F that method of rendering it. I'm effing bored of rendering it. That want to render it on a completely different level. So it's a subconscious thing that happens that you become consciously aware of. So I don't know exactly how to put it into words, but that's how it works. I'm skipping over a lot of steps here. But when you do that with enough objects and get the 3D vision, you can do it with any object and any concept, which concepts are things that behave in a sense like objects. And so you can also do it with language. So you can just skip over everything that I just said and experience your own consciousness and focus on the time between having the words that you're going to say and the conceptual access that you're referencing. And you'll notice that there is actually a lag, not for everything, but there's an idea, and then there's words that are rendered associated with that idea. The words are not the content of the idea. In a neural network, the configuration is the memory. Yeah, that's somewhat useful, actually, Daryl, because when you're looking at the least action logic perspective, multimodal processing is kind of the norm because that's the most efficient energetic distribution. Well, one thing doing everything, what's more efficient than that? So they may not be exactly equal because we have simulations in our system, in our perception, that to cause a deviation in perception. And that's the whole point. So they can't be equal, but they have a very tight codependency. So they could say that to understand one, you need to consider the other, and so forth. Brain may be like a television set rather than a hard drive. Set of memories then exist to a large extent outside the body. Just my guess, but some experts have proposed that. Well, they're both actually, in my opinion, they both seem wrong. So memories literally stored non-locally sounds crazy because it sounds like heaven is like a library of thoughts, which seems weird. And then also all the information stored locally seems also equally unlikely because it's just, I hate to evoke the warm, wet, and noisy thing, but that actually does kind of like, how can we remember so many words? It is really kind of amazing. But if we're simulating this memory with light, we have sort of the multiplicity of the possibility of microstates that light can generate. So we're like simulating a memory of language each time that's so dang realistic that, our subjectivity also is simulation. Like, how the hell could a simulation tell what a simulation is? You have to have a pretty damn compelling, circus master to explain why it's a simulation. Yeah. So the body imparts memories and stores them in a neural network. Yeah. So again, neural network. The nerves are just basically a continuation of the sense organs. And remember, the skin is a sense organ. So we got skin, nerves. So I'm skipping over a bunch of steps. So notice how it's like a pathway, not a cycle. It's going from one and inwards. And then there's another pathway. There's the inward pathway and then the outward pathway. And that's not quite a cycle. We gotta remember subtlety is often the key to understanding these things. In the brain, there's a little difference between a processing. So yeah, anything that begins with in the brain, I just honestly don't even want to read it because it's like, you're not an expert on the brain. Let's just go back to talking about these concepts on consciousness. So I'm breaking down every concept to either primitive or derivative. Primitive concept defines derivative concepts, and derivative concept is defined by one or more primitive concepts. So in this dichotomy, whatever you want to call it, we have an inbuilt mechanism for evolution because you can always just adjoin a concept to make a new derivative concept. And it's really important to talk about how we identify primitives because there's already some sort of a notion of primitives. And I'm really glad that there is because I can say, well, they might actually be different from one field to another. And then make this other argument that consciousness is a primitive that exists in all the domains because of our presence as well as the presence of the universal mind, which our presence is evidence in support of. And then I want to talk about how a term like metaphor, which is an epistemological primitive concept, can evolve through use, and try to draw that to a more general case of concepts evolving through use. Because I think most concepts are conventional concepts, and their use doesn't, their like definition, our access to their concept doesn't really change. For example, a chair. Maybe, if you think about it on a super huge timeline, like, okay, maybe there's a time before we needed to have a concept of a chair. But that time is like really far away. Evolutionarily speaking, like who we would have been at a time where we didn't have chairs is inconceivable. But it is conceivable that through some type of discovery or what have you, we'd come to define which metaphors are authoritative over which particular domains of knowledge, that we could come to define those differently. And so what I want to show is how language can remain stable, but also meaningfully evolve, and that there's a level at which language is necessarily operating at the civilizational scale. So it's so funny that I was like poo-pooing the whole global scale thing earlier as theological, but I don't think this is as extreme or sketched out of a claim that there's a democratic element to language in the sense that it's participatory. And so the sense in which we're democratically engaged in the process of language is what words we choose to use when, but more importantly, it's what concepts we choose to discuss or convey. Going on, I think I mentioned before that I wanted to make concepts be pre-linguistic entities definitionally, because there's, in my opinion, and I'd love to hear feedback, whatever other people think, that there's a utility to define certain things as necessarily either pre-linguistic or non-linguistic. And that's because you don't want your theory to start to give you ideas that are wrong about what language is capable of doing. And so it's good to say, like, okay, there are things that just aren't encompassed by language, and therefore there are things that give rise to language, and we know that because language didn't always exist. So I want to say concepts don't evolve because they're not noble. So something that's not directly noble because it can't be expressed in language, there's a shroud of nobility on it. They might evolve, they might not, but that's like the arguably very minor technical debate between the old meditators, right? So I'm going to say the concepts don't evolve. It's our understanding of the concept that evolve, because we're not going to be granted linguistic access to the concept. It's the ground of what we understand as ideas. So there's really no benefit to thinking of the concepts as evolving, because all of the mechanics of evolution is already captured in, well, actually, it's our understanding of the concepts that evolve. So I think all sort of disagreements at this level reduce to aesthetic preferences, which I grant may have some validity. Doesn't change. It's my aesthetic preference. I like it. And so I want to say language is metaphorical, and it's not just metaphorical because it has to have other things like a structure and things that seem like rules and so on and so forth. But I guess thinking I would maybe portray the different aspects of language so complicated, or so it's ubiquitous, so it's probably an intuitive understanding of it. People will have an inbuilt intuitive understanding of it through practice, especially if they use language a lot for conceptual access. So the sense in which it's metaphorical is that it can access concepts. So language is a metaphor for concepts. And the difference is that, well, the concepts we don't have words for, but language we do have words for. And the words are metaphors fundamentally for the concepts. And then there's other words that aren't metaphors for concepts, but they assist in making sense of the metaphors for concepts that we're making. So sort of shoving in some extra, like doping the signal with extra separation that didn't have, amplifying it. So something like the, of, and. You look closely enough at them, they're particular strategic means of separating a concept, because a concept all at once, and that's, forget about it. But that's how we experience ourselves, is as a concept. So obviously we always want to convey concepts because we want to convey our own likeness. All right, so I think I mentioned this before. We've got linguistic determination of metaphor and metaphorical conceptual correspondence make up the engine of evolution of linguistic conceptual access. So I want to sort of focus on two things: that there's education institution is responsible for the, not necessarily in a way, the creation of new metaphors, but more importantly, the orthodox interpretation of the hierarchy of metaphors. That evolves, but it's slowly, and it evolves slow enough that we can actually catalog it. And that's super important. And then there's also the full-scale civilizational democratic level, on which there's linguistic evolution in language, or sorry, conceptual evolution in language. And that's just what, I don't want to say the average person, but like what the aggregate divided by everybody is sort of inclined towards using, because of the participatory nature of language. So I put that the beginner struggles with the notion that linguistic conceptual access evolves over time, because conventional concepts don't appear to evolve. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. This seems to be common, because if all you're familiar with and used to articulating are conventional concepts, and you've never thought about the idea that a conventional concept could change, and it seems even like really counterintuitive, like if someone just wanted to be like, hey, chairs change over time, man, you'd probably be like no thanks, like miss me with that type thing. So yeah, I guess cognitive dissonance, maybe that's like one of the steps of initiation, is this cognitive dissonance of recalibrating perspective to realize that language in theory could treat unconventional and conventional concepts, was really engineered towards conventional concepts. But we can use that to like reverse engineer the nature of unconventional concepts. Like, oh, okay, well, what's language doing? It's doping the signal with extra and possibly extraneous separation. Okay, well, what does that imply about reality? Well, it must be super connected. This is the reason why chairs are disanalogous to the important concepts in philosophy. I felt like writing about this because you always hear about like the color red type thing. Is my red the same as your red? It's kind of like, I would just say, well, no, the reds aren't the same, because different people have different favorite colors. And I can see how someone who had no exposure to the concepts would be like, you're just being unnecessarily combative and relativist for no reason. But it's like, no, I'm saying it because if I say anything other than that, and I actually grant that the red is always the same, that means I'm embracing essentially physicalist hypothesis and all the trappings that come with it. So I don't want to do that. So yeah, I guess talking about one thing I was thinking about putting in the writing was like, why isn't an apple the same as cheese? So using conventional examples to indirectly allude to the manner in which philosophy treats concepts, blah, blah, and then hopefully come out on the other side where the manner in which logic is derived from metaphysics is not something that is being taken issue with prior to the point at which it would be considered mature to do that if one were undertaking a charitable interpretation of the doctrine. Evolution of linguistic conceptual access is evident in scholastic understanding of concepts across ages. In particular, scholastic community arbitrates aggregate base of metaphors considered to be authoritative over concept deemed to be of particular importance. So I thought that this was really good because it kind of applies very indirectly to how people might use language, but not necessarily. But I thought there was kind of a connection, like maybe two ends of a spectrum. Like the educational was the more elitist one, where it's like, oh, a bunch of professors sitting around deciding what's the best metaphor. And that's the one end. And the other end, it's like people, I don't say drunk in the tavern, but maybe that's my own projection of what I like doing as a common pastime. But basically anyway, something along those lines, as being a looking at philosophy as outside of the dichotomy and thinking ourselves more as like civilizational engineers, is saying like both of these extremes actually cause problems when you reify either of them. Don't need to tell you which one of the extremes I think is being reified right now. I think maybe there's arguments for, the bad aspects of both being reified at the moment, but that's talk for another day. And I was trying to think of a definition for language: set of customs and symbols for conveying information grounded in sounds associated with the symbols. So I really don't want just anything to be a language. As you can see, I've made a very specific definition here that, like, I don't want math to be a language because I want to be able to talk about math as something that arises in a language, and that maybe there's a math like aspect to reality that could pre-exist language. Maybe. Under says red is a qualia. I guess that's a tricky concept. Well, yeah, it's like we're sort of like, I think people who ask that question, like, I don't want to say they're intentionally bad faith. I just think it's a question that, like, within the current framework, I don't know how the heck you would answer it. And I kind of said, like, I gave a conditional answer. I said, well, we have, decomposed the spectrum into these colors that up to different abled quote defect in visual cortex, everyone agrees that blue is blue, red is red, da 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 da. What does that establish? Well, it establishes that there's an interval of the electromagnetic spectrum that accords with conventional understanding. What we haven't answered yet is, how does conventional understanding inform individual understanding? That's the part where it's unique depending on the person. That's something that you evolve yourself. So you don't dictate the consensus, but you are the agent that reacts to it. So that's why I wanted to make that point. That language evolves on the civilization. Like, language is fundamentally about conceptual access and evolves both civilizationally and through the, I guess, engine of like pedagogy or scholastic progress or whatever you want to call that. So I kind of want to, I don't exactly know yet, but yeah, sorry, I missed the thread of what I was saying with the red qualia. Is just when the answer seems really obvious, like, oh yeah, obviously it's always the same red up to physiological minor fluctuations, like, red color blindness or whatever. When it seems really obvious, that's exactly where you want to be like, ooh, that's where you should doubt. Because obviously the biggest illusions are going to be the most compelling. So even if you, for whatever aesthetic reason, want to embrace the position that red is actually all the same for everybody, at least, please, for the love of God, try to understand what the opposition to that is. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that not contradicted by the whole I have a favorite color thing, which would appear to indicate a disposition towards colors, which would appear to suggest that no, the experience of red from person to person is not the same. So, like, going into a red room, how similar would we expect the experience of an individual in a red room to be? Not very. So I think if we're just talking about glancing at a red surface, it probably is very similar in how little of a reaction it would evoke from someone, but that wouldn't be because of the red necessarily. What we're identifying isn't rooted in color, but some of the things that we identify, the identification is made because of color. Like, color is maybe compression of information. So I wanted to, like, talk about, basically, I think now I can see that I need to present an argument for, like, these two causes of the evolution of language and the purpose of philosophy to be kind of overseeing a balance between those extremes that both have problems when either one is taken to be the be all end all. So yeah, that's let's see what else I've got here. Not too much. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I don't know much about Kant, but I was playing around with Chat GPT, and apparently Kant has 12 a priori concepts, and I was thinking, like, why do you need 12? Just go with consciousness and ask Chat GPT to make me an argument for that. So it's not very interesting. It wasn't very long either, but I had a lot of fun trying to test its rhetoric with regards to defending empiricism. So more on that next week, hopefully. And this is another thing I've been working on to try to unify my ideas or present them in a book, is how a boundary is a more fundamental concept where geometric mechanics and property/substance arise from both. So thanks everyone for tuning in for the 5-hour and 15-minute show. Love to hear feedback, especially if it's encouraging. You know, as you can see, it's sometimes hard to keep going, especially when people vehemently disagree with you about things you thought were self-evident. But I'm hoping, you know, that on the balance, positive influence, and so on and so forth. See everyone next weekend. Possibly not, though. Possibly be taking a break. And so if we're not here next weekend, that's why. And yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks, Doowovid, for contributing to the show. Thanks also to our guest, Renell. Might have had some hard to hear opinions, but well, what can you do? We'll see as we take on all the world's problems next episode. Thanks again.